regular meeting, San Diego County Flood Control District, Housing Authority, In-Home Supportive Services, Public Agency, Sanitation District, Fire Protection District, and successor agency to the County of San Diego Redevelopment Agencies to order. I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Before I call the roll, I would like to note for the record that all supervisors are participating via teleconference. As such, all votes will be handled by a roll call vote. With that, I will now call the roll. Supervisor Anderson.
Here.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Here.
Supervisor Desmond.
Here.
Vice Chair Vargas.
Vargas here.
Chair Fletcher.
Fletcher here. We will begin today's meeting with the invocation. The invocation will be delivered remotely by Reverend Caleb Lines from the University Christian Church.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Fletcher, Vice Chair Vargas, supervisors, and citizens. Greetings to you on behalf of University Christian Church in Hillcrest. I consider it an honor and a privilege to be back with you this morning. I invite us all to find a quiet place to be with that source of truth and being which lies beyond us. Great source of wisdom, peace, and justice. We gather this morning from across San Diego County, grateful for the technology that connects us, yet lifting up the frustrations of this time where for our own health and safety and the safety of others, we must so often remain physically separated from one another. We lift up the growing concerns of the Omicron variant and all those who have been infected as this horrible virus continues to adapt. Yet we give thanks for this Board of Supervisors doing their best to navigate these trying times. We ask that they might lead with both wisdom and courage for the facing of these days. For it is by banding together that we can overcome any obstacle that is before us. As poet Amanda Gorman writes in her poem, New Day's Lyric, what was cursed, we will cure. What was plagued, we will prove pure. Where we tend to argue, we will try to agree. And our hearts, once altogether beaten, now altogether beat. May we be united in our vision for the common good, always keeping those who are most vulnerable at the forefront of our minds as we make decisions. And may our words, our actions, our votes, and indeed our very lives be shining examples of how we're called to love one another. May it be so. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Reverend Lines. We appreciate you joining us once again. The Pledge of Allegiance today will be delivered by Priscilla Partida's first grade class at the Monarch School. And we welcome the first graders of the Monarch class to our board meeting. And we will turn it, put it in your very capable hands to lead our county in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand.
Oh, hold on.
Okay. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please sit.
Thank you so much to our first graders, my favorite part of our meeting. We hope you all have a wonderful day at school. Our first order of business is selection of the board's officers. Now, this is selection of chair, vice chair, and chair pro tem for 2022. And I'm going to turn it over to the clerk for a few instructions surrounding the process.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. The Board of Supervisors Rules of Procedure, Rule 5, dictates the process for selection of the board's officers. The rule specifies the officers of the board are the chair, the vice chair, and the chair pro tem. The method of nomination and selection of chair, vice chair, and chair pro tem will be at the discretion of the board. The board may solicit nominations for the chair or for a slate of chair, vice chair, and chair pro tem. Any nomination must have a second, and if the person nominated declines the position or the nomination will be withdrawn. Upon successful election of a chair, the balance of the meeting or the nomination for vice chair, if no slate of officers was elected, will be conducted by the incoming chair. It will be appropriate to consider nomination for chair or slate that includes the chair, vice chair, and chair pro tem. Also note that we have requests to speak on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Why don't we go to our public speakers first, and then we'll come back to the board after that.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 5 requests to speak on this item. Also note for the record that we received 3 e-comments on this item, 2 in opposition. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 1 for the selection of chair, vice chair, and chair pro tem, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep, and you will have 2 minutes to address the board. We'll ask you to please begin your comments by stating your name for the record. And I'll remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with the first caller.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Bridget Browning, and I'm the Secretary-Treasurer of the San Diego Imperial County's Labor Council. On behalf of the hundreds of thousands of union members in San Diego County, we are calling in support of Nathan Fletcher as the Chair of the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Fletcher has been an exceptional voice for working families and has showed real courage during this pandemic. His commitment to our health and safety is essential, and we believe that his leadership can help us navigate this ever-changing virus and help us to realize what will ultimately be our new normal. I urge you all to support reappointing Chair Fletcher. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher, Vice Chair Vargas, and County Supervisors. My name is Crystal Irving, and I'm President of SEIU Local 221. I'm calling in today to recommend the board to keep Supervisor Chair Nathan Fletcher on as the Chair of the Board of Supervisors. San Diegans are well served by the pro-worker and pro-community majority with Supervisor Fletcher, Vargas, and Lawson Reamer that has done so much this year to get us through and continue getting us through this COVID crisis, support immigrant and vulnerable communities. They have begun to reverse a generation of neglect of our workforce and those that count on county government. We think another year of this team would serve our community and, of course, ensure that SEIU Local 221 members earn a strong and fair contract. Please vote for Chair Fletcher. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name is Barbara Gordon. I'm here today to urge the board to carefully choose a new chair, vice chair, and chair pro tem. Selecting someone who has the temperament to bring people together. Change can often be a good thing, and it is just what is needed at the Board of Supervisors here today. The board chair has a high degree of visibility. Some might even argue they have a higher standing or a greater voice in decision-making. So the person you select as the board chair is important to all of us. The decision this board makes can have a direct influence on our day-to-day lives. As local elected officials, you are the ones who dictate local laws, policy, and resources that affect all of us the most. I urge you to select someone that can enhance political harmony with less divisiveness. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Audra. So it's quite interesting because you guys, we've already seen how this whole last year has gone, and now that we're upon a new year and knowing how you guys go, we know how you're going to vote and who's pretty much going to be the chair. And that's a little disturbing because of the state that our county is in is pretty terrifying, and you guys have led us to that. You have brought us into this dark time, and the only way out would be to remove all of you, but hopefully it's not Nathan that is the chair, because that is only going to make this county even worse off than it already is. And the fact that you guys have taken us out of these meetings is pretty ridiculous.
It appears we've lost that caller.
That leads you.
Now hear from the final caller.
This is Peggy Walker. Good morning. And thank you for your service as chair, Mr. Fletcher. But with all due respect, I would ask, along with other constituents in this county, that you remove yourself from consideration for reappointment as chair and allow another member of this prestigious board to rotate into that position as is customary. Rotation has always been the tradition, and rightly so. It enables all districts to enjoy equal representation with their supervisor in the chair's seat at some point. Your district is urban. It's only right and fair that other districts with different constituencies, and especially those with a high percentage of the county's unincorporated area, have an equal go with representation in the chair's seat on a rotating basis. The differences between districts with high urban constituency and those with high rural constituency deserve to be acknowledged through rotation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
Wonderful. Thank you. We'll go first to Supervisor Nora Vargas.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. It is with a lot of, first I wanted to say thank you for your leadership in last year, and to my colleagues, it's been amazing. And I think that for purposes of consistency and the work that we've been doing in the county of San Diego, and I really appreciate the work that we've been able to do together on behalf of COVID and to make sure that our communities are safe. And so with that, I would like to make a motion for the following slate: Supervisor Fletcher for chair, myself for vice chair, and Supervisor Anderson for chair pro tem.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Vargas. We'll go to Supervisor Lawson-Remer and then Supervisor Anderson.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for making that motion to my colleague, Vice Chair Vargas. I'm very happy to second this nomination for Chair Fletcher, Vice Chair Vargas, and Supervisor Anderson as pro tem. I first really want to thank Chair Fletcher for all your leadership as I came into office and as we came into office with a new board last year, in a really difficult time. And so I'm very happy to see you continue to chair our board meetings and ensure the public in this board has the space to come to consensus whenever possible. I also just so strongly want to thank my sister, Vice Chair Nora Vargas, who sad we're virtual today because usually I get to sit next to her. And she has just been so brave and so fierce and so consistent in her leadership of this board, and especially in defending the integrity and the rights of everyone involved in these board meetings. So thank you, and I very much support you continuing as Vice Chair. And I'm also happy to continue to support our colleague, Supervisor Anderson, as pro tem. A year ago, I know I had nominated him as pro tem, and I just really appreciate the spirit that he's engaged with our work on the board, despite sometimes some disagreements, always trying to come together to lead San Diego County. Happy to continue to support Supervisor Anderson as pro tem. From leading the docket to ensuring our constituents are able to speak safely at board meetings. This board is stronger because of the voluntary leadership of my colleagues in these roles. And I just would like to continue seeing that work moving forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Lawson-Remer. Supervisor Anderson.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer beat me to the punch in seconding. However, I would gladly nominate Supervisor Lawson-Remer to be the pro tem if she wishes. She kindly stepped aside and offered it to me last year, and I'd be happy to reciprocate this year. So I would make that motion as a substitute if she chooses to move forward in that direction. Otherwise, I'm glad to vote for this team in the continued leadership.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
That's very generous and honorable of you. Very surprising, and honestly, I'd love to accept it. So in the spirit of collaboration, thank you so much, Supervisor Anderson.
Well, I think that we just need a second then on the substitute motion.
Actually, we can just do a friendly amendment. Let me ask you for the motion if you're okay accepting that.
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right. So amended. So amended. Thank you all. Any other board comments, discussion on this item? I'd be honored to serve again, and I want to take a moment and really highlight the vital role Vice Chair Vargas has played during the course of the last year, stepping up, new to the board, but hitting the ground running, and being an absolute force, a dynamic county supervisor, and someone that we've all come to count on and depend on significantly in the things we do. And I think her continued service as vice chair will be a great addition to the stability that we're trying to bring to where we're going. I want to thank Supervisor Anderson for his service as pro tem. I've known Joel for many, many years. We served together in the legislature, and we always found a way to work together to try and work things out. When we disagree, we respect each other's disagreement, and we vote accordingly, but we always come at it with the spirit of collaboration. And time and again, Supervisor Anderson, we've had an idea, you've had a suggestion for how, in your view, we might be able to improve it, and we've worked to come together collaboratively and make those changes and move forward, and I appreciate that. And Supervisor Lawson-Remer, again, someone who, everyone who got sworn in at the height of everything we were going through last year, I got a trial by fire, and I think everyone has passed that trial and has done incredible work, and I think our county government has a lot to be proud of in the difficulties we've done. And I know Supervisor Lawson-Remer, you will serve admirably as the pro tem. And so we've got a motion by Vice Chair Vargas, seconded by Supervisor Lawson-Remer, to nominate myself as chair, Supervisor Vargas as vice chair, and Supervisor Lawson-Remer as the pro tem. Let me ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond.
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas.
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
I want to, just as the vote is concluded as the incoming chair for this year, I want to thank my colleagues for again selecting me to serve as chair of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors. It is an honor. It is a privilege, and it's a responsibility that I take very, very seriously. I also want to thank the people of San Diego County for your trust, but in particular for your toughness. These have been very challenging times. The struggles that we have all endured together these past few years are significant. Pandemic, recession, divisions. I think that together, all of us really live the words of Robert Frost, that the best way out is through. During all of this we have endured, we've carried on. Through all of this, we're moving ahead. The current spike in cases we're seeing is concerning, but given the tremendous success in San Diego of people getting vaccinated, the surge we're seeing today is fundamentally different from surges that we've seen in the past. Our economy is open. It has been open since the middle of last year. Our kids are in school, and we're going to make it through a difficult couple weeks. But I want everyone out there in San Diego County to know that your county government and your Board of Supervisors will never lose its focus on fighting for each and every one of you. We want to give you a county government that you can count on. That must be our vision. It's our mission. It's our focus this year, to be a county government that working families can count on, to be a county government that county workers can count on, to work every day to make life better in every possible way. We're a county that must spend 2022 focused on implementation, execution, and action. We've got to continue fighting for the working and middle class, tackling homelessness, housing, keeping our neighborhoods safe. And while the 5 of us as supervisors are not going to always agree, I know that each and every supervisor on this board gets up every day committed to making San Diego a better place. And it's so easy in today's environment to get distracted by the divisiveness and the hostility. But as a board, we will choose to focus on our obligation and the opportunity. On the homeless crisis, we are in the fight, and the actions that we have taken over the past few years are starting to have an impact. This board has made historic investments in mental health and drug treatment, and those new options and services are coming online to help those most in need. Our new crisis stabilization units are opening, giving homeless San Diegans a better path out of crisis. Treatment facilities for chronic homelessness are becoming a reality and coming online thanks to our actions and to innovative programs like the Behavioral Health Impact. Our groundbreaking mobile crisis response teams have been deployed countywide, taking a burden off police and delivering on-the-spot care to those who need it most. And you can count on a lot more in 2022, a problem that has been decades in the making. is not going to be undone in a single year or in a single term. But we are going to work to make it better. We know that we have to do more. We know that we have to do it faster, and we will. But we also have to tackle the root cause of homelessness, which is poverty. We cannot allow low-wage jobs and the sky-high cost of housing to create new homeless folks at a rate equal or greater to our success in getting existing homeless folks off the streets. And that means fighting for good wages and for housing that people can afford. There are so many working families out there that are struggling with their jobs, with childcare, with inflation and the cost of living. And I want San Diegans out there to know that you can count on county government to have your back and fight for you. We've got to keep pushing for good union jobs. We've got to keep pushing for new high-wage industries. We've got to continue the work of apprenticeship training programs to get people into jobs where they can have a quality of life. And you can count on county government to not only do that, but continue to fight against wage theft, against worker misclassification, the things that hurt families and destroy incomes. We will also stay in the fight for quality, affordable health care for all. And I believe in 2022, it is time for us to refocus, to take bigger, bolder steps to put more affordable childcare within the reach for more San Diegans. There is no better investment we can make than investing in our families and investing in our children's future. We also know daily there's nothing more fundamental San Diegans count on from local government than keeping our community safe. Safe from violent crime, safe from gun violence, and safe from hate and discrimination. That fundamental duty to public safety will remain a foundational focus for our county. We're stepping up gun violence prevention efforts. We've got to keep illegal guns out of criminals' hands. We're going to continue, as we have in the past, to fully fund law enforcement and keeping our commitment to making policing and sentencing more fair, more just, and more effective. It's not one or the other in San Diego County. We can do both, and we must. And so it's with tremendous gratitude and appreciation to my colleagues that I accept the gavel and the role as chair, and we will continue to work together. I know I can count on all of you to keep pushing for progress for our county, and I continue to be inspired every day by our county workers. Our county workers get up every single day with the sole goal of serving the public. That's what we do in San Diego County. We're here to serve. I'm also inspired daily by everyday San Diegans who are pushing through the adversity. They are setting aside the divisiveness and working to find a way forward. And you can count on your county government to continue fighting on a way forward alongside all of you for a better future and for a better San Diego. So thank you all so much. And now it's time to get to work. Our next order of business is the appointment of supervisors to boards and commissions. I will make a motion to approve the recommendations in the board letter and agenda item number 2. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by myself, a second by Vice Chair Vargas. Let me ask the clerk if there's any public speakers in this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. There are no requests to speak on this item.
Let me ask my colleagues if they have any comments that they would like to make. Supervisor Anderson?
Do not have any at this time. Thank you.
All right. We've got a motion and a second, not seeing any requests for comment. Let me ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, we're going to take a brief recess until 10 a.m. and we will reconvene at 10 a.m. sharp and pick up the balance of our agenda. Thank you all. See you in a few minutes. agenda here. The first order of business is going to be our proclamations and presentations. And the first proclamation will be given by myself, honoring the 39th annual All People's Breakfast. And accepting this proclamation will be the leadership of this, Maisha Rice and my dear friend, Chris Wilson, who I believe is also here with us. You know, it's my honor to recognize the annual All People celebration. And, you know, every year over 1,000 very diverse community members gather to recommit themselves to honoring Dr. King's teaching of a more inclusive democracy and to really embrace Dr. King's vision of a beloved community. The 34th celebration will take place virtually next Monday, January 17th. And I think it's appropriate we take a moment and reflect on the significance of the Martin Luther King Day national holiday. Because at the time of his death in 1968, it was not a given that this country would embrace the legacy of Martin Luther King and would embrace the fight and the struggle for racial justice, for economic justice, for fairness and dignity and basic civil rights. Making Martin Luther King an official California holiday did not occur until 1982, and the efforts that the federal government took until 1986, almost 2 decades after his death, for our country to finally recognize and appropriately honor the life of Dr. Martin Luther King. At the same time, when all that was happening here in San Diego, faith leaders, civil rights leaders, labor organizations, and others were upset because the efforts to honor Dr. King continued to face roadblocks. There was a referendum that reversed the city council decision to change the name of Market Street to Martin Luther King. There was an unsuccessful effort to name the convention center after Dr. King. And so in this period of conflict and striving and push to honor, it was decided a breakfast celebration would be one way everyone could do to guarantee a moment to reflect, memorialize, and honor the life and legacy of Dr. King, while continuing to highlight the efforts that he pushed for, both social and economic disparities in San Diego's communities of color. And this first annual celebration was held in 1988. It was in a local church. It was modestly attended, but it was a start. And in the years since that first breakfast, the celebration has had several different organizers. The City of San Diego Human Relations Commission and their executive director, Ashley Walker, organized the gatherings in the early 2000s. And then around 2008, she asked the newly formed Alliance San Diego to create a permanent home, permanent organizing entity, and permanent structure to make sure that the celebration went off every year and continued to grow and have impact. And Alliance San Diego has done just that. They've been organizing this event since 2009. They have turned it into a dynamic celebration, memorial, a motivating event, a moment where people can reflect and recommit themselves to the work ahead. And so we are so fortunate to have with us today from Alliance, Maisha Rice and Chris Wilson. And before I bring them on, I would just like to share that today be it proclaimed by Chair Nathan Fletcher and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 11th day of January that we commend Alliance San Diego for their commitment to the community and hereby declare January 17th to be the 31st annual All People Celebration Day throughout San Diego County. Thank you, Alliance, for all the work you do, not just this, but thank you in particular on this day. We celebrate and recognize this work. And we're honored to have you join us here today, and I will turn it over to you all.
Thank you so much. Alliance San Diego is honored to receive this recognition. We are this year adopting a Love Plus Power approach that guarantees we will activate the people power to neutralize discrimination, hatred, and inequality. It is definitely the algorithm for infinite possibilities. So Alliance San Diego will be using that theme to push through this year and continue to build the beloved community that Dr. King envisioned.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher and fellow supervisors. I just want to say, you know, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for this recognition. We have strived to put Dr. King's practices and theories and beliefs into place in San Diego, to build the beloved community here, to partner with people like you, Chair Fletcher, and the other esteemed elected individuals on the Board of Supervisors, to create a more inclusive democracy. and we are getting there. And we will continue to partner with you. We will continue to celebrate our victories and learn from our losses as we are on this path of building a better San Diego. And so we want to thank you for this recognition. And we want to say that this is a community effort and that the All People Celebration is a celebration of all people in our region in the belief that we together can build the beloved community and that is the only way we can make the change we need to see. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you both. It's good to see you, and thank you for joining us. The second proclamation will be given by Supervisor Tara Lawson-Remer, honoring Peterson's Donut Corner, a wonderful place, and an appropriate honor. Accepting the proclamation will be Maureen and Ralph Peterson, and I will turn it over to Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Thank you so much, Chair Fletcher. It is truly my honor to recognize a beloved small business in our community. Peterson's Donut Corner was founded in 1981 by Ralph and Vera Peterson. For 4 decades, it's been a cornerstone of the Escondido community. And you all have a ton of fans, including my office. I'm actually very sad we're not in person today, because if we were, we would all be eating donuts in my office. Completely serious. So I just can't tell you how many meetings you all have fueled, how many board letters you all have fueled, how many precincts walking you all have fueled. Just so much gratitude to Peterson's Donut Corner. And for almost 40 years, you've served our community. We've grown up on your pastries. But I think for the first time ever, Peterson's Donut Corner is serving up something bittersweet. After years of hard work, Ralph and Vera's children, Ralph Jr. and Maureen, are transitioning the shop to a new owner. We wish Maureen, Ralph, and the entire Peterson family the best in the next chapter of your life. And we thank you with huge gratitude for setting a very high bar for what constitutes a donut in San Diego County. So on behalf of my office and the San Diego County Board of Supervisors, we are proud to declare January 11th, 2021 as Peterson's Donut Corner Day throughout San Diego County. If you have never had a donut, I encourage you to get over to Escondido forthwith. And we are joined by Maureen and Ralph, who will be accepting the proclamation on behalf of Peterson's Donut Corner.
Thank you so much. And it's such an honor to accept this for our parents who put their heart and soul into this business. It's been our home away from home for 40 years. And it's very hard to leave. And I'm sorry, but we couldn't do this without the community who's always supported us and our hardworking, dedicated employees. And it's very bittersweet that we're leaving, but we're glad that we've been around for so long and everyone has always supported us. So thank you very much for this. And I know my mom and dad would be very proud.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. Next on the agenda is non-agendized public communication, an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within our jurisdiction, but items which are not on today's agenda. The only action the board may take is a referral to the chief administrative officer. A reminder, according to Rule 4A, members of the public who are non-English speaking will get additional time to allow for the facilitation of translation. In order to better facilitate the meeting, we will have 10 speakers that we will hear first. And then any remaining non-agendized public speakers will be heard at the conclusion of the rest of today's agenda. Let me ask the clerk to please call forward the first 10 speakers.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 20 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda. For those that requested to speak, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. Again, as the chair indicated, we'll be hearing from the first 10 callers. The remaining callers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with our first caller. Again, please state your name before beginning your comments.
Mark Wilcox, father and grandfather, speaking to you today about our students, my grandchildren, who are returning to schools now and in the next weeks. The start of each semester is a particularly vulnerable time for students who haven't had regular experience in mingling with their peers for many weeks. losing the significant time and opportunities to develop necessary socialization life skills. During this uncertain time, it is especially important for parents and caring adults to understand the risks if they don't take the necessary medical measures to protect children and teens' health and well-being. I respectfully suggest that the county not move forward with marijuana businesses in the unincorporated county. There is a saturation of marijuana in this county and no limits to its access for anyone. Instead, I ask that the county spend its time and resources on the children. My personal recommendation is to start with our county parks and clean them up. Offer classes at community centers and expand the hours at county libraries. Parks, community centers, and libraries are all refuges for these children. As the Surgeon General wrote last month, assisting our children is more than a medical issue. It's a moral issue. It is now time to shift your focus to the well-being of our greatest resource, our children. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our next caller.
Good morning, Board. Kathleen Lippett here. I'm here to provide important information from a recent ISAC, which is the International Association on Science and the Impact of Cannabis webinar. It was particularly relevant to the county's plan to force marijuana businesses down the throat of unincorporated communities. Dr. Bertha Madras, world-renowned Harvard medical psychobiologist, spoke about marijuana, THC, and CBD potency, beginning as she always does with a disclosure statement. I have no conflicts of interest. Industrial hemp promoted as a safer, non-psychoactive agricultural product with a maximum of 0.3% THC. But a loophole in federal law has allowed hemp growers to develop analogs of CBD, like Delta-8 and THC-0, 2 to 3 times as potent as THC. Analogs can be designed to be 1,000 times as potent, and they are likely the first of many hemp grows growing psychoactive hemp. Hemp grows are licensed by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. The permitting county agency tracks legal but not illegal grows. Hemp is visually indistinguishable from the marijuana plant. With the popularity of Delta-8 hemp, it's just one more reason why this ordinance was a bad idea, destined to become worse. The county needs to ensure the enforcement oversight certifies THC potency and maximum of at 0.3%, and it is free of banned chemicals and herbicides. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our next caller.
My name is Carol Green, and I'm here to bring your attention to the U.S. Surgeon General's advisory that was published on December 7th. I want to bring this to your attention because I know that some people are in holiday mode about then, and we're, of course, focused on COVID. But the Surgeon General points out that the mental health challenges in children, adolescents, and youth adults are real and widespread. He says, even before the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic further altered their experience at home, school, in the community, and the effect on their mental health has been devastating. The future well-being of our country depends on how we support and invest in the next generation, especially in this moment. That's a quote from the U.S. Surgeon General. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, mental health challenges were the leading cause of disability and poor life outcomes in young people, with up to 1 in 5 children ages 3 to 17 in the U.S. having mental, emotional, developmental, or behavioral disorders. He states that this pandemic added to the pre-existing challenges that America's youth has faced and has disrupted the lives of children and adolescents, such as, of course, as we know, in-person schooling, in-person social opportunities, and peer and mentor access to health care, social services, food, housing, and health care. This pandemic's negative impacts have most heavily affected those who are most vulnerable. I urge you to consider this statement as you consider the impacts of starting marijuana businesses in the back county of San Diego and throughout the county. When we combine this crisis point with the county's effort to allow more marijuana businesses, it's reduced its guardrails, we are not supporting our children, and the consequences are quite serious. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from our next caller.
Hi, my name's Allie Hartman. I'm with Reopen San Diego. Regarding your earlier talk about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who I have enormous respect for, I just wonder what he would think of you discriminating against a vast population of San Diego citizens, including a large population of Black San Diegans, with your medical mandates. Dear Supervisors, I'm disappointed and bewildered that you've decided to make the Board of Supervisors meetings virtual only again, despite the wide availability of vaccines and face masks for those that choose to wear them. This implies that the vaccines and masks do not work to stop the spread of COVID. Is that true? For if they did work, why can't we keep the meetings open? Furthermore, the city of Los Angeles is set to host the Super Bowl in February. It is curious that this mass gathering is considered safe enough to attend with masks, but the Board of Supervisors meetings where the public gets to voice their grievances, concerns, are not safe. Tell us, does COVID-19 know how to differentiate between these two events? And why is it safe to attend the Super Bowl but not a government meeting? I have 3 reasonable requests based on all available health data and the importance of public participation in government as a constitutional right. Number 1, reopen the meetings of the Board of Supervisors to the public with a no mask or vaccine requirement, but option. People can choose either if they want to be protected in that way or if they feel that it does protect them. Number 2, eliminate the vaccine mandate for all county workers. Medical mandates have no place in a free society. Number 3, eliminate mask mandates in the county of San Diego. You have proven that the county believes masks do nothing by your move to go virtual in spite of mask availability and use. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning. My name is Camilla Rang. I'm a very concerned California citizen. On January 20, NCTD will vote on whether they should forego the Coastal Act and go after sole decision-making power over the bluff and the beach of Del Mar. And against the rules of the Coastal Act and the wishes of Del Mar, install a 1.7-mile-long ecologically and geologically destructive fence. This is not only about Del Mar. This is about NCTD not ever having to go through California Coastal Commission again, whose mission it is to protect a coastline there for the Coastal Act. If NCTD never again has to negotiate with any city on whose land the NCTD has laid the tracks, there'll be no more protection of public access, no more environmental or geological reports. There will be no more negotiations about height or placement of fences nor the construction. They will get free reins, and I can guarantee that your area will be next. Please back up your NCTD board member to vote no on January 20. NCTD should have to follow the same rules as everyone else and go through the California Coastal Commission for construction. Yesterday, I sent you an email where I have attached a bullying and truth-twisting letter from NCTD to Del Mar, where they say that they will proceed with a decision to fence Del Mar. I also attached a very concerned letter that California Coastal Commission sent to Sandag in regards to NCTD's action, pleading with them to stand up for the Coastal Act as they were co-applicants to the fencing grant that NCTD is relying on. I hope you have the opportunity to read them both. This is a very urgent matter for our whole region. In my letter yesterday, I also attached a graph that shows where on the 1.7-mile bluff stretch the accidents happen and where a fence is needed, not along the whole bluff. The Coastal Act needs to be followed with an environmental impact report and an independent geological report. Please support your NCTD board member to vote no on January 20 for the sake of all of California and to protect the coast.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Audra. So it's just great the way you guys, cower away where you're at, because you know, you don't want to hear from the people. Well, let me remind you what you're doing is a criminal act. You're depriving the people of their civil rights. You're violating the Constitution, 18 U.S.C. 241 and 242. You're conspiring against our rights and depriving us of our rights under the color of law. And you guys don't care. And it's funny that you want to bring up Martin Luther King Jr. like you're honoring him. You're actually doing a disservice to his legacy by claiming that's what you're doing. The people who honor him are the ones like the 10,000 plus people that showed up outside of this Board of Supervisors building and were fighting for freedom. What you're doing is actually removing every freedom we have. You're the reason the county is in a position like it is. And the fact that you want to, you know, placate things and act like, oh, we're doing things that are right, yeah, all while we're violating every civil liberty and everything that Martin Luther King would stand for. It's a joke, and what you guys are doing is a joke. You just voted to keep in the same line of people to be chair, vice chair, and pro tem because you know that that was already planned. I mean, it's a joke, and you guys, I mean, Jill, what's up with that? I mean, don't you think that you not being allowed in the meetings or being able to vote on certain things because they'll take money from your district would be a reason to expose it and say, well, I'm going to vote the right way and actually, you know, make a difference for the people. But it's all a parade. All you guys do, it's like a one big, you know, theatrical performance that we continually have to listen to. And it's just funny that you don't want to let the people in, but it just shows that you're terrified of us because you know that we're going to change the world and you guys are going to be left and you know.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Mike Barillo, greetings San Diego. I just want to let everyone know that despite this board's unlawful exclusion of the people from council chambers, we have pitched camp at the south end of the admin building to call and invite others to join us. I also wanted to point out this last Saturday, the Freedom Revival was held on the lawn here at the admin building. While the news reported over 1,000 people, the reality was somewhere between 10,000 to 15,000 people. No person wore a mask. No one was sick. No one was coerced to take vaccines. And no one feared what this board is trying to peddle on the people of San Diego. We want freedom, and we invite others to join these 10,000 plus people in faith and patriotism to bring back San Diego and America. You are not alone.
Okay, we'll now hear from our next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Diane Grace. I'm a mother, grandmother, and one who has served countless hours on parent boards. Recently, I read with interest an LA Times editorial about marijuana billboard advertising. 2 points I found of interest. One, quote, according to research published last year in the Journal of Studies on Alcohol and Drugs, health research supports limiting advertising. Teens who frequently see cannabis billboards and storefront ads are 7 times more likely to use the drug weekly and 6 times as likely to have symptoms of cannabis addiction compared with teens who never saw the ads, end of quote. Also, quote, a senior behavioral scientist at the RAND Corporation states that earlier research focused on Southern California teenagers found that the more exposed young people have to marijuana and advertising, the more likely they are to use the drug and to have positive views about it. I find this trend to be troublesome because teen brains are still developing, and using marijuana at an early age increases the likelihood of developing a problematic level of use. Studies continue to show frequent use by young people hurts their ability to think, learn, and remember, and puts them at greater risk of mental illness, such as depression and schizophrenia. As the Board of Supervisors pursues increasing the number of marijuana businesses in the unincorporated areas of the county, remember that advertising will increase as well, and our teens can ill afford messages about drug use. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning. This is Peggy Walker. Mr. Fletcher, earlier you applauded your work for drug treatment programs, but what about drug prevention? As a public health educator, I believe it's important for you, supervisors, and the public to be aware of continuing research demonstrating the damaging health consequences of marijuana use, a psychoactive drug. U.S. epidemiologist Dr. Sheriff Moore remarked, "There's common misperception that any level of marijuana use is safe, and now high-potency products," he warns, "are contributing to a burgeoning public health crisis that's just getting started and will only get worse." Are you listening? A study published in the Canadian Medical Association Journal, for example, confirmed a direct relationship between marijuana use and heart attack. This study of over 30,000 American adults under 45, found those who consumed marijuana in the past 30 days had almost double the amount of heart attacks, and those who smoked marijuana more than 4 times per month had twice the risk of heart attack of non-users. This is just one example of why drug treatment is not enough. We must invest in drug use education and prevention to help families and keep communities safe, as you claim you want to do. It's very difficult, supervisors, to believe these are your goals if you continue your policy of forcing widespread marijuana commercialization on our county as something safe. It isn't. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our final caller this morning.
I'm Don Almar, and I'm speaking with you today to urge you to get not a regional asset, but a national treasure. North of January 20th to approve fencing for Upper Almar, and additionally adding fencing at the track level for 1.7 miles that will eliminate access to millions of visitors that come to Del Mar every year. The bird, the St. Peter, and the sun. Using North County's own data, one can easily see that the issues are from Coast Boulevard to south crossing. Anything south of there is merely bureaucratic overreach. Drilling 2 fence poles that are 3 feet deep and filled with concrete will open more water intrusion into an already fragile bluff. This makes absolutely no common sense. The California Coastal Commission issued a letter to Sandag dated January 5th that calls the county disjointed and inefficient. The letter goes on to say that the North County Police has the potential to result in significant adverse impacts to both coastal access and recreation. The commission letter also adds that North County's stabilization plan will prevent the natural erosion process that the beaches. Lastly, the letter states that the proposed improvements in fencing will significantly disrupt or eliminate pedestrian access on existing and formal access trails along the bluff and down onto the beach that have been heavily used by the public for decades to traverse the bluff top, enjoy scenic coastal views, and access the beach and ocean. Together, these projects have a very significant impact on assisting in historic public access and recreation. I'm calling to influence anyone who sits on the North County Board and have them vote in the Silk City Fence Plan on January 20th. Thank you for your time. Happy New Year.
And Chair Fletcher, that concludes the first 10 callers this morning. For the remaining callers that requested to speak on a matter not listed on the agenda, please hang up and call back at the conclusion of the session.
All right, thank you to our clerk. Thank you to all the callers. Next on the agenda is approval of the statement of proceedings minutes for the regular meeting of December 7th, 2021, and the special meeting of December 14th, 2021. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair Vargas, seconded by?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Supervisor Anderson. Not seeing any comments or questions, ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond.
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas.
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We'll now proceed with the formation of the consent calendar. Members of the public will be able to comment on the consent calendar. But let me first start with my colleagues and ask if there are any items that you wish pulled from the consent calendar or comments you wish to make, starting with Supervisor Anderson.
No, thank you.
All right, Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Thank you. Don't have to pull it. I just really want to take a moment to commend our staff and our entire leadership team and our CAO Helen on item 9 regarding the general management system and the strategic plan. I think we've seen tremendous change happening at the board level over the last year, and new values and a new direction that we've set for San Diego County. But the vast majority of that work and where the rubber really hits the road is in the day-to-day work of our staff and our team, our over 17,000 county employees, thinking and innovating every single day on how to advance those values and how to do this work and embrace this new direction throughout everything that they do that often doesn't rise to the level of board attention, that is not the subject of a board action or a board letter, but is nonetheless not only important, but truly vital and fundamental for advancing the values and the direction that this board has embraced over the past year. Want to just take a moment to highlight an example of why this is important, which is our legislative platform. We've seen just such a massive improvement because previously the old board had been quite narrow and specific and detailed regarding which particular pieces of state and federal legislation that our team could engage on. But last year, we adopted a new legislative platform giving staff broad guidance based on values. And our government affairs staff, which has been empowered to be proactive and creative instead of just reactive, has just been so phenomenal and effective in pursuing opportunities and creating opportunities aligned with our board's values. And I'm very excited about this work. So I definitely want to acknowledge that moving forward, the new board vision and direction is going to take a huge amount of work. This new management and operations plan reflects that, embraces this new direction and new vision, and really empowers our staff and our team, all of our employees to think and act every single day in pursuance of this new board direction and the new board values, not necessarily needing to be reactive, waiting for board direction, but rather being able to embrace innovation, creativity, and being really proactive on pursuing our new board mission and vision and values. So I think it's just important to uplift this. I know that so often the focus is just on the work that the board does in terms of passing board letters and initiatives. And I think this is an opportunity to highlight and uplift the essential, vital work and leadership that staff brings to advancing the new vision and mission of the board. And I just want to say I'm just so looking forward to seeing what you all come up with under this new management plan. And thank you so much for your work in putting it together.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Lawson-Remer. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no items to pull or comment on. I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
All right. Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Desmond. We'll go to Vice Chair Vargas.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher, and I'm happy to second that motion. I just want to make a comment on item 3, and I am really looking forward and grateful that we are able to ensure that Prop 56 funding really is helping our communities. I worked on that initiative many years ago, and making sure that, we have additional resources for healthcare, and some of these resources are accessible for low-income Californians. And I think, as most people know, 3 in 4 smokers are from low-income communities, and so it's really important that we do everything we can to ensure that we use these resources accordingly. And so the disparities are real, and so I want to thank and acknowledge county staff for prioritizing the health of our communities that are most burdened by tobacco use and who have the least access to comprehensive cessation, education, and support. So happy to support it. Made a second the motion, and thank you.
All right, we've got a motion by Supervisor Desmond, seconded by Vice Chair Vargas. Let me ask the clerk to call forward any public speakers we have on this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. And just to confirm for the record, that includes items 3 through 12 on the consent calendar, as well as all the items on the County of San Diego Redevelopment Successor Agency. And with that, we have 3 requests to speak on this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on matters on the consent calendar, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. You will have 2 minutes to address the board, and please begin by stating your name for the record. I'll remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with our first caller.
Good morning. I'm Leah Goodwin, Chair of the Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. Dear Chair Fletcher and Board of Supervisors, thank you. At the December 6, 2021 meeting of the Commission on the Status of Women and Girls, we just appreciate and support the recommendations to fill our 3 at-large positions. We are mandated to study and advise the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on areas of concern to women's lives and needs in San Diego County. A full commission of dedicated and diverse women will help us with this goal. Diane Belk's mission to knock down barriers that young girls face in achieving equality in today's world. Dr. Rebecca Boyce, who's a mentor and tutor for survivors at Generate Hope, a safe house for women who've been sex trafficked, and serves as chair of our Human Trafficking Subcommittee, and Holly Herring, a North County case manager who's tirelessly working for homeless outreach, are going to make such a difference for our commission. So we unanimously agree that these 3 women will support the work and serve the county to make things better for all women and girls, and we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for the work that you're doing and for recommending them. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our next caller.
Oh, it's crazy. This is Audra. So you guys are really messing with the technology, because I had called in before. It told me, thank you for speaking. I didn't even get to speak. This is such a way to keep the people from addressing anything. You want to have a tobacco tax. And I mean, you guys talk about health and safety, and it's like, let's make money off of people smoking instead of, just banning it, or, bad things like toxins, like going around. And you want to spend all this money on neighborhood stuff and just allocate all these funds because you continue to keep us in emergency so you can, do whatever you want with your buckets of money. Well, what about the people fighting to save the county? Don't they deserve a cut to, continue fighting? Or is that not in line with what you guys want because it's, a way to remove you guys? When you talk about a county vision, it's almost terrifying to think about what your vision for the county is because of all the terrible things that you guys are doing to the people. I mean, your vision is to, keep people from redressing their grievances, kill people with vaccines, have people lose their job because they don't comply with your deadly demands. And yeah, here you're going to mess with my call again and probably say, oh, you're done. I mean, if you guys can't keep your technology in line, and you want to just silence the people, this isn't the way to do it, because you're just going to make the people really pissed off at what you're doing, which is it's just a disgrace. Like, you guys make me sick. Oh my gosh, I could just vomit. Yeah, let's take a moment of silence for those you're killing with the vaccine.
Thank you. And that concludes request under the consent calendar this morning.
All right. We have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, seconded by Vice Chair Vargas, to adopt the items in the consent calendar. Ask clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer,
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond,
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas,
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We'll take up our first agenda item 13, an ordinance adding a new chapter to the San Diego County Code surrounding non-serialized firearms and the safe storage of such firearms. Gun violence is a significant issue that is facing our communities. We're seeing a rise in violent crime, not just in blue states like California, but in red states like Florida and Texas and other places. And when an increase in violence meets a ready available supply of unlicensed, unserialized, untraceable weapons that don't go through the normal background process, it increases the risk both to our first responders and law enforcement, but also to our members of the community. And that's why in October, Supervisor Lawson-Remer and I brought forward a package of gun violence prevention policies. Today makes an important step in our movement forward in these. This ordinance will address two major issues, the one that being of ghost guns, and the second, the safe storage of firearms. And both of these have the potential to save lives and increase the safety of our communities. Ghost guns are guns without a serial number or untraceable, unregulated firearms that I've heard directly from members of law enforcement present a clear and present danger that is impacting our communities. And by regulating the use and production of these weapons in San Diego County, we can prevent these weapons from being into the hands of those who should not have them. In California, we have a background check process, and it's common sense. It allows folks to own firearms, but it goes through the normal process of making sure that dangerous and violent folks who ought not own a gun don't have one, thus ensuring the continued rights of the rest of our residents to exercise their Second Amendment. This ordinance being considered today does a few things. It updates definitions regarding firearms to include unserialized ghost guns and parts. It prohibits the possession or distribution of parts without serial numbers that are used in the creation or possession of ghost guns, and prohibits 3D printing of firearms or parts. It is different from state legislation. The state has certainly worked on this issue as well, but our ordinance includes the parts of ghost guns in the various definitions and prohibitions, because these parts are easily assembled and can quickly become as dangerous as a completed gun. So it does vary from state law that was recently enacted. This ordinance also requires that firearms must be safely stored within a residence or accessory structure, including those firearms are unless they are within the immediate control of the authorized person. Safe storage is just a common sense, responsible requirement that has been shown to significantly prevent gun deaths from firearms getting in the wrong hands, particularly children, and it can help reduce suicide, other deaths, injuries, and accidents. And while state legislation has specific prohibitions from keeping unlocked guns around children, this general prohibition of unattended and unlocked guns goes further, and I think this aligns us with what we believe are best practices. Before I turn it over to Supervisor Lawson-Remer, I want to thank the leadership of San Diego City Council Member Marnie Von Wilpert and San Diego City Attorney Mara Elliott. They have both shown national leadership on these issues. We have recognized what they have done in the city of San Diego and sought to bring those incredible ideas to our county. And I want to recognize their leadership and pioneering nature of their work. And of course, I want to thank Supervisor Lawson-Remer for her advocacy, steadfast support, and jointly working with our office on these issues till we bring them forward. I think this is a positive step forward in making our community safer. I urge your support, and I'll make a motion to approve the recommendations. And with that, let me go to Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Thank you so much. Happy to second the motion. And thank you as well, Chair Fletcher, for your partnership and your leadership in bringing this initiative forward. And huge thanks to Mara Elliott and Councilmember Von Wilpert for your work at the City of San Diego that we were able to build on in putting this together. You know, as Chair Fletcher mentioned, we are facing an epidemic of violence across our country, rising violence that is fueled in large part by the ready availability of ghost guns. I come to this issue as a parent who thinks every day about what it's going to be like to know that my daughter, you know, could be the next victim. And I speak to parents day in and day out who are terrified, whose kids come home from school and talk about the active shooter drill that they practiced that day. And the notion that we live in a country where we as parents have to send our children to school every single day knowing that one of the biggest threats that faces them is something we could prevent, that we could do more as a community, as in a government, to take action against dangerous ghost guns that are untraceable in our communities, and that too often fall in the wrong hands. So I just think it's so important that we are bringing leadership to this here at the county, reinforcing and going above and beyond what we are doing as a state and at the state of California, and doing everything we can to keep our families and our communities and our children safe. So I'm happy to second this motion, and just really looking forward to seeing this enacted in law in our community.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Lawson-Remer. We got a motion and a second. Let me ask the clerk to call forward our speakers, and then we'll come back to board members for additional comments or discussion.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 9 requests to speak on this item. Also note for the record that we received 85 e-comments, 80 in favor and 2 in opposition. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 13, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and we'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'll remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with our first caller.
My name is Lori Van Orden. I'm a resident of Carmel Mountain Ranch and a member of Moms Demand Action and San Diegans for Gun Violence Prevention. I'm calling today in support of this ordinance because we are in the midst of a gun violence epidemic. The CDC just reported that the number of gun deaths hit an all-time high in 2020, and mostly due to an increase in homicides. 45,222 Americans lost their lives that year to guns, and that's the largest number ever recorded. We can prevent more deaths by requiring gun owners to securely store their firearms when they are not in their immediate possession. Secure storage will keep children away from guns, preventing unintentional shootings like the one we saw in Chula Vista this past summer, which took the precious life of a 12-year-old boy. It will also keep guns out of the hands of individuals who have suicidal impulses and who have a greater chance of dying if they can easily access a loaded firearm. Secure storage can also stop the theft of guns, which are then used in crimes. Many stolen guns are obtained by those legally banned from having guns, and almost 70% of mass shooters obtain their weapons from the homes of family or friends. Secure storage can help prevent unintentional shootings, suicide, homicide, and domestic violence. Passing this ordinance is crucial, but what is equally important is making sure that the general public understands what secure storage is and why it is so necessary for community and family safety. I encourage you to not only pass this ordinance, but to commit to rolling out an educational campaign like Everytown's Be Smart for Kids to go with it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our next caller.
Rose Ann Sharp, founder of Never Again CA. Good morning, honorable supervisors. In the best businesses, disruptors are the innovators for successful change. This ordinance is a good disruptor in the fight to end gun violence. You are disrupting the growing demand for ghost guns that result in homicides. You are disrupting accidental shootings and suicides with safe storage, and you are disrupting the cycle of crimes with guns in neighborhoods with violent gangs. You are true to your mission and oaths to protect our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Audra, Tara, go above and beyond to protect people. Is that for real? I mean, and that there's a gun violence epidemic, or is there a genocide one going on? It's quite funny because you want people to lock up their weapons so then, oh my gosh, someone comes into my house to try and murder me and I can't protect myself? Weird. Feels kind of like, what you guys do. You leave us no way to protect ourselves, so you think, well, it goes against the Constitution to try and say that you can't own a gun. And the fact is that the government puts guns on the streets. They take guns from criminals and put them back on the street. it's great. And then you're going to let all these MS-13 gangs come in from Mexico and act like there's a problem. But the idea is that you guys do not want us to be able to protect ourselves. I wonder why, because you have FEMA camps that you want to put us in, and you know that the American people are going to do everything in their power to protect their family and their own lives while you're coming after us. I mean, it's quite a joke because, Tara, I don't know how many times you've thrown your daughter into the mix of saying, like, she's going to be shot or, we could be killing her. I mean, whatever it is, it's a disgrace that you continually bring her up to try and, project things upon the people. But really what you're doing is disgusting. You guys are all evil tyrants. And, I mean, I know you love keeping us out of there because you can't see our face and you're terrified of us because you know that we bring the truth, and that destroys everything that you guys are trying to do. No matter what you do, no matter how long you do it, the people will never back down. We will continue to fight for our freedom and make sure that you guys are not sitting there for very much longer. So continue to, keep our seats warm for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our next caller.
Yes, my name is Cornelius Bowser, and I'm Program Director of Shafat Outreach, also a member of the San Diegans for Gun Violence Prevention. And I'm here to speak in favor of this item 13 here. We just had 5 homicides over the weekend, and I can guarantee you that some of those guns that happen in some of those homicides that happen in the Black and brown community are done with ghost guns or guns that have been stolen or taken from friends or family members who legally own firearms. There was a study that was done that 60 to 70% of stolen or guns that were found used in gang violence came from residential homes where friends or family stole those guns. And so we most definitely need to do something to regulate the unserialized guns, but also safe storage. There's a report that was done up in Sacramento that now they're using 3D to make triggers that can make guns automatics. And so this problem most for sure is going to come in San Diego if we don't do anything about it. So I really appreciate Chairman Nathan Fletcher and the Board of Supervisors who's bringing this forward. I look forward to this law or this ordinance becoming effective so that we can have safer communities and regulate these guns and keep them out of our young people's hand. I talk with young people every day, all the time, and they tell me that it's so easy to get these ghost guns and put them together. So I look forward and I appreciate this, and thank you all. All right. God bless.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our next caller.
My name is Therese Heimer. I am here today representing the coalition San Diegans for Gun Violence Prevention. I live in District 4. We support the call for a county ghost gun and safe storage ordinance. Ghost guns skirt existing federal and state gun laws and give access to minors, domestic abusers, gun traffickers, and those prohibited from purchasing guns. That means there is no background check, no safety standards for the ghost gun parts, no serial number. Any person with cash can purchase the components to easily build a working handgun or even assault weapon. How easy that is was clearly shown by a local then 17-year-old, Stephen Abrams, who bought on the internet to establish how easy it is to do so. Existing California law requiring a background check before manufacturing a ghost gun is largely ignored and does not stop the flow of these gun parts to those who would not pass a background check. We need this law. This current access, undermines all efforts to prevent gun violence, and the lack of serial numbers makes guns used in crimes untraceable by law enforcement. There is no Second Amendment issue here. Ghost gun component parts are not currently considered firearms, and there is not a ban on assembled guns so long as they follow state law and get serialized. We strongly agree with the provision that the county shall take efforts to inform residents of the ghost gun ordinance and request a robust public information campaign for both it and the safe storage ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
This is
Carol Landale, and I'm a member of Greater United Against Gun Violence and San Diegans for Gun Violence Prevention. Ghost guns have become an increasing problem for law enforcement, and they're the weapon of choice for criminals because ghost gun parts are so easily available, as you have heard. And the gun itself is easily constructed. As we well know, criminals don't follow the law, so they aren't going to apply for a serial number as required by California law. They certainly aren't going to go through the required background check. Ghost guns undermine all existing laws and are being made in and imported into San Diego County. I urge you to pass this ordinance to end the proliferation of illegal and unsafe firearms. But I also urge you to require gun owners to store their weapons securely. Too many suicides and unintentional shootings result from firearms that have not been secured by their owners. Gun owners must be educated on the importance of securing their firearms and keeping them out of the hands of those who could use them to do harm, and also out of the hands of thieves. San Diego County has an opportunity to lead the state in firearm safety. I urge each of you to vote yes on this ordinance and ensure that it is accompanied by an educational outreach on the importance of secure storage and the dangers of unserialized, non-compliant firearms. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from our next caller.
I'm Debbie McDaniel Lindsay with Moms Demand Action. I live in District 2. What creates a feeling of safety in a community? Feeling safe at school? The ability to protect your family at home? Protecting children from finding guns insecurely stored? We have evidence on this. As supervisors, it is your duty to follow that evidence. 80% of gunfire on school grounds by those 18 and under got their gun from home or the home of a relative or friend. Those guns were negligently stored. A nationwide study found 54% of owners did not safely store their firearms. In California, we have a child access prevention law, but this past year we have heard the collective gasp when learning of firearm suicide by teens in North County, the unintentional gun death of a 12-year-old in Chula Vista, and more widely, the school shooting by a teen using ghost guns and small children killing themselves with found guns. I'm sure all gun owners assume they are safely storing their guns. State law does not clearly define safe. An ordinance could do so. A gun owner who says, "My feeling of safety comes from my ability to immediately access my home firearm," bears the responsibility to follow the law. It begins with a public information campaign for adults. Those with guns must disable the gun with a trigger lock and practice unlocking it, or purchase a lockbox with key or digital code and practice opening it. This change in behavior will provide the feeling of security the gun owner seeks and will keep the gun out of the hands of anyone who should not have access, such as a burglar, child, teen, or family member in a mental health crisis. Supervisors, let's deal with the facts and pass this ordinance that truly will create a safer San Diego.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Robert Wellstan. This proposal is redundant to and goes far beyond existing state law, as Chair Fletcher indicated, and it is an encroachment on matters of federal and state jurisdiction. This county does not have appropriate resources to take on state responsibilities to investigate, track, analyze, litigate, and defend violations of petty laws. Let the state be responsible for their own heavy lifting and don't overburden our county attorneys, sheriffs, and crime investigators. Don't waste resources on laws created to punish law-abiding gun hobbyists while letting real violent criminals go on a rampage. This law does nothing to stop this ordinance does nothing to stop violent crime. Violent criminals don't manufacture their own receivers. And you cannot get an unserialized receiver in the U.S. You have to manufacture it. Only gun hobbyists do that. Violent criminals steal guns. So vote no on item number 13. The U.S. Constitution, Amendment number 2, guarantees that the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The security of a free state is dependent on a militia of the people. When your politics fail, the armed citizens are the last line of defense in this country to protect fellow Americans. So don't prevent firearms that can be a benefit for society from even existing. And that's what this is all about. It's about keeping these things out of existence and out of people's hands who are law-abiding. Thank you for listening to my comment.
Thank you. And Chair Fletcher, that concludes public testimony in this item.
Thank you. I want to thank all of the callers who called in. We will go to Supervisor Desmond.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time and staff time that went into developing this ordinance. First of all, I want to say I'm against ghost guns. They are a danger to society, but they're already illegal. And there are already many laws out there against them. I mean, to require every part of a ghost gun or a manufactured gun to have a serial number, you know, the good guys are going to do that. The good guys will follow the laws, but the bad guys are not. They're not going to make sure that every part it has a serial number. And the fact that you get these parts out over the internet, you know, there's no real way to enforce or stop these non-serialized parts from coming into San Diego County. So, you know, while I appreciate that we are going against, taking a position against ghost guns, I think is fine. But, you know, I'm going to make the same reservations that I did back in October. You know, the federal government is the jurisdiction that oversees gun control, and the state government also heavily regulates gun controls. And ghost guns are illegal in California. They're supposed to have a serial number. Manufactured guns are supposed to have a serial number. Not every part, which is, I understand that it's being brought forward today. Like I said, though, good guys will do it, the bad guys are not. Currently in the United States, we already have about 300,000 laws that deal specifically with firearms. In the state of California, we do have safe storage procedures in the state of California. So those storage procedures or laws are in place. Adding a local ordinance without an enforcement plan creates, I think, overregulation and more confusion about enforcement that basically, unfortunately, leads to non-enforcement. I think that's one of the biggest problems that we have today is non-enforcement of existing laws. I understand that there's enough support probably from my colleagues to pass this ordinance. I would like to ask, though, if we could include a yearly update, a yearly data-driven report back that includes ghost gun seizures, how many are out there and how many, you know, that are being seized and taken away, registrations, how many of them have registrations on them or not, and or registration on the parts, and accidental deaths that trace back to the impact of this ordinance more accurately. Let's see if this local ordinance makes a difference between in taking these guns away from the bad guys. I'd like to see an annual report come back if this ordinance gets passed. But I do think ghost guns are bad, but I don't think this ordinance is going to do anything in preventing the bad guys from getting them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. I support the idea of doing an annual report around gun violence in San Diego County. I think it should be broader. I think it should include the things you've outlined about ghost gun seizures. I've certainly heard, I've been out with our sheriff's deputies who are telling me anecdotally how many ghost guns they're pulling off of people and the danger it presents to them. But I think if we can quantify some of that with reports back from our law enforcement agencies, but I think a broader report as well around the number of lives lost from firearms, how that breaks down between suicide and crime and accident. And I think having that presented to our board every year, I think would be a good thing. So I'm inclined to accept that with the broadened scope as outlined. But let me ask the seconder of the motion and my colleague in this effort if she's okay with that as well.
Definitely, I would agree with your direction, Chair Fletcher. You know, know that data and analysis of public policy has long been a priority of mine, coming from an academic background, and certainly think that being able to analyze what's happening in our county in terms of gun violence so we can act appropriately makes a lot of sense. Just to me, the only question is one of feasibility. So if to turn to our CAO, Helen, Helen, if you think this seems feasible, then I'd be happy to accept it as a friendly amendment.
Thank you, Supervisor. Yes, this is feasible. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I would like to make sure, though, that it doesn't get watered down, that it doesn't specifically look at this particular ordinance and see if this ordinance that's passing today is making an impact or not.
Well, I think if we get a comprehensive look, including the number of ghost guns that have been seized and the number of deaths, I mean, I think that data will be present. And
it doesn't, I want to specifically have that as part of the motion, though.
I understand, but you're not supporting the motion. So there's a little bit of like, I agree with you that we ought to have a report, and I agree with you a component of that report ought to be focused on ghost guns. And so I think we're in agreement there. And that section of the report that's focused on ghost guns, we can use to assess, are we having success? We've got prior data. We've shown last year the massive jump in ghost guns that have been seized by law enforcement. So we've got some data prior, and then we'll have some data after implementation around how many have been seized or used in a crime. And so I think your point is good, and I agree with that. And I think we can have an entire section of this report focused on ghost guns to see if the massive spike in what we've seen in ghost guns is slowed down or impacted or perhaps reversed, or maybe not at all. But the data will tell us that, and then we'll be able to assess. But I think in addition to that, an annual report around gun violence is a good thing, because I think there's a lot of misconceptions out there. A huge driver of deaths from guns are suicide. And a lot of the work that we do around safe storage is designed to try and tackle those. A lot of the work we're doing around access and crisis lines, mental health is designed. And so I just think a holistic approach with a focus, Supervisor Desmond, absolutely, on ghost guns and some year-over-year tracking, pre-ordinance, post-ordinance, I think would be really good. So I think we can do both. And I think the spirit of what you've outlined is certainly encapsulated in this. There will just be some additional parts to it that I think will be of utility and value to the board as well. All right, we've got a motion by myself, seconded by Supervisor Lawson-Remer, to adopt the recommendations, the ordinance first reading in 13, and adding in the annual report around gun violence in San Diego County, including a specific section around ghost guns and a timeline of those issues. Not seeing any additional comments or questions, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
No.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Yes.
Supervisor Desmond?
No.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Vargas, yes.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes with Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
We're going to move on to agenda item 14, receive an update on the COVID-19 response. As our staff gets set and ready to take over, I just want to point out we have seen a very concerning increase in the number of cases in San Diego County of COVID-19, but I think it's vitally important that we acknowledge and recognize that the incredibly high vaccination rate in San Diego County puts us in a different position as it relates to this surge than it did previously. It's a position where all of our businesses have been open without any restriction since the middle of last year, a position where our schools remain open. And although you can certainly contract COVID if you're fully vaccinated, we know it is a lower percentage or lower risk. But we also know you're exponentially less likely to be hospitalized. And avoiding the collapse of the healthcare system has been so much of what's guided us throughout COVID. And even with the continued increase in where we are, our hospitalizations from COVID are still fairly significantly below where they were this time last year. We know our healthcare system is under strain. They're dealing with the loss of workers, which is impacting everyone, from our schools to our small businesses to us here at the county. But I feel confident that as a region, and we have weathered so much, and we will get through this as well. And we're going to have to bear down and hunker down for a few weeks, but we will get through this. And I just want to give my thanks to the overwhelming majority of San Diegans out there who are fully vaccinated, to the hundreds of thousands of folks who are boosted and continue to get boosted to provide the greatest protection possible to get us through this. And then our just eternal thanks to our healthcare workers who have been on the front lines of this for a very long time and are continuing to guide our region out of this. And so I believe we can get through what we face right now. It's challenging, it's difficult, but it is significantly different than surges that we faced in the past. And so let me ask Vice Chair Vargas if she has any introductory comments she'd like to make, and then we can turn it over to the staff for their presentation.
Thank you, Chair. One second. I just wanted to thank county staff first and foremost for the thorough presentation on the current COVID presentation that they're going to be giving in a minute. But I also wanted to make sure we take a moment to emphasize the importance of taking steps during this time, and to your point of making sure that we continue to emphasize the importance of folks wearing their masks and getting their vaccine if they haven't done already, and getting their booster. It's the strongest protection we have to fight the virus and protect our communities, as well. As someone who did had COVID after being vaccinated, I know that getting through it was easier because I had been vaccinated, and so I was able to keep my family and everyone else safe. But I do want to say a couple of words in Spanish because creo que es muy importante, porque hemos visto últimamente en estas semanas un incremento de contagios y hospitalización, por lo que nuestra recomendación para mantener nuestra comunidad segura sigue siendo fundamentalmente pues enfocarse en tener acceso a las vacunas, ¿verdad? A raíz de estos incrementos también estamos viendo un gran impacto en nuestro sistema de salud con la escasez de personal y de recursos, así que quiero agradecer también al gobernador por el apoyo y los fondos que han enviado a los gobiernos locales para poder combatir esta pandemia. Es sumamente importante que sigan usando cubrebocas, que se vacunen, y si aún no lo han hecho, recibir su vacuna de refuerzo. Esas son las protecciones más eficaces en contra del virus y para proteger a nuestras comunidades. De nuevo, quiero dar gracias a todos en el condado y pues pedirles a todos que sigamos trabajando arduamente en esta lucha, porque únicamente luchando y haciendo todo lo que podamos posible juntos es que vamos a poder salir de esta pandemia. So again, thank you. Again, I'm looking forward to the presentation and the proposed recommendations from our county staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's turn it over to staff, and then we will come back to the board for additional comments and discussion.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher and members of the board. Today's presentation will feature our Public Health Officer, Dr. Wilma Wooten, who will provide a public health update. Additionally, David Estrella, Director of Housing and Community Development Services, will provide an update on the county's COVID-19 response public health hotel program. Finally, Amy Thompson, Agency Executive Finance Director, will provide a COVID-19 response finance update. Now please welcome Dr. Wooten.
Thank you, Gary. Good morning, Chair Fletcher and members of the board. The county, like the rest of the United States, has recently seen a large increase in COVID-19 cases due to the holidays and the Omicron variant. Here we can see the level of community transmission assigned by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, which can be found on their COVID data tracker website. There remains 4 levels of transmission: low, moderate, substantial, and high transmission. As of Monday, January 10th, the United States map shows all states with high transmission or red. Looking closely at California, most counties also have high transmission, with a couple counties in Northern California at substantial transmission. San Diego is currently in the high or red level of transmission based on case rate and testing positivity. In the red or orange areas, with high transmission and substantial transmission respectively, CDC recommends that everyone, including fully vaccinated individuals, wear a mask in public indoor settings to prevent the spread of COVID-19 and protect others. Additionally, CDPH has mandated that everyone in California wear a mask in in indoor public spaces and workplaces through February 15th. This order may be extended if cases remain high. Now, this slide is presented to show the number of new cases reported by date of report since November 20th of last year. There has been a substantial rise in cases in the last 2 weeks. For the 8 days from January 2nd through the 9th, daily cases reported have ranged from 5,726 to 19,009 new cases. Over 10,000 new cases were reported each day over the weekend, Friday through Sunday. About a third of these cases were due to reporting delays and would have been reported in the prior week. These are the highest number of cases we have ever reported. The surge this winter is likely due to a combination of holiday gatherings, fewer restrictions, and increased circulation of the Omicron and Delta variants. Based on some of our wastewater surveillance and preliminary real-time testing surveillance, it is estimated that around 80 to 90% of cases in the last week are due to the Omicron variant, with the Delta variant resulting in most of the remaining 10 to 20% of cases. This is a reminder that the Delta variant is still circulating in our community. Now, on the next slide, it shows the current number of cases and hospitalizations observed this winter compared to last winter in San Diego County for November 1st through the end of February. Cases and hospitalizations for last winter 2021 are represented by the blue lines. This winter 21-22 is represented by the red lines. The 7-day average number of reported cases for each winter is shown by the solid lines, and the 7-day average number of patients hospitalized in civilian hospitals, known as hospital census, is shown by the dotted lines. Last winter, cases started increasing slowly from the beginning of November, peaking early January 2021. In contrast, cases remained relatively low this past November, with a small rise in early December, followed by a sharp increase at the end of December. Many projections and models predict that cases will peak within the next couple of weeks. Although the number of hospitalized patients with COVID-19 is lower compared to the same time last year, hospitalizations tend to increase about 2 to 3 weeks after cases began increasing. Hospitalizations started increasing at the end of December 2021. Projections estimate that hospitalizations will continue to increase. The pink shaded area on the graph is based on various projections developed by Dr. Natasha Martin, a professor at UCSD and an expert on infectious disease modeling. The area is large due to different assumptions that impact the model, including virus transmissibility, rate of vaccination, and the average length of hospital stay. Based on these scenarios, it is projected that the hospital census may meet or exceed the peak observed last winter, and the peak may also occur during the 3rd week of January. Now, looking more closely at the trends for hospitalization and ICU admissions, this figure shows the status of San Diego County's non-federal adult and pediatric hospital beds. In the most recent 30-day period for December 11th through January 9th, the number of COVID-19 confirmed hospitalizations increased by 204% from 325 to 988 patients hospitalized with COVID-19 on January 9th. The number of ICU patients in the same period increased by 87% from 90 to 168. It is important to remember that trends in ICU admissions lag slightly behind trends in hospitalizations, and we expect that these numbers will increase as well. Now, although the number of hospitalizations or the number of hospitalized and ICU patients are Currently, below the number observed last winter, hospital systems in San Diego County are already greatly impacted. This is partially due to the high emergency department volumes and staffing shortages that are exacerbated by the current COVID-19 surge. This graph shows the percent of adult ICU beds that are staffed and immediately available each day since November 2020. This is based on all civilian hospitals. Each individual hospital may have a higher or lower percentage than what is shown here. Generally, under normal operations, we expect this percentage to be around 6 to 9% of adult ICU beds staffed and immediately available. If the percentage goes below 3%, this could indicate that some or all hospitals in the region are experiencing issues with capacity. There were frequently many days last December 2020 and January 21 where the percent of ICU beds available was around 2 to 3%. Starting a few weeks ago this year, the ICU bed availability has been declining. Despite being a couple of weeks away from the projected surge period, there have already been a few days at or below the 3%. This trend of low ICU bed availability is expected to continue over the next few weeks as hospitalizations increase and staffing shortages increase or continue to decrease. Transitioning to vaccinations, this slide shows the collective progress made by community partners and county staff members to administer COVID-19 vaccine in our region during the past almost 13 months. As of Monday, January 10th, over 6.3 million vaccine doses have been administered in San Diego County. Over 2.8 million, or 89.1% of currently eligible residents 5 years of age and older have received at least one dose, and over 2.4 million, or 78.8%, have been fully vaccinated. Additionally, approximately 877,000 booster doses have been administered to county residents, and this represents about just over 35% of all of those individuals fully vaccinated. Now, this next slide demonstrates the importance of vaccinations. The graph on the left shows the estimated 7-day rolling average daily case rate by vaccination status in San Diego County residents since March 1 of 2021. The case rate among those who are not fully vaccinated, shown by the top orange line, includes individuals who are partially vaccinated and those who are not eligible for vaccination. The case rate for all county residents is also shown on the graph for comparison and is designated by the blue line. The bottom green line shows the rate for fully vaccinated residents. The last 14 days are shaded because illnesses from this time period may not yet be reported and vaccination status may not yet be known. From this graph, we can see that since March 1st last year, the case rate among those residents not fully vaccinated is consistently higher than the rate among fully vaccinated residents. On the right of this slide, looking at the case rate for the week December 12th through December 18th, there was an average of 45.8 cases each day per 100,000 not fully vaccinated residents, compared to 18.1 cases per day per 100,000 fully vaccinated residents. Therefore, the case rate was about 3 times higher for not fully vaccinated residents compared to those who were fully vaccinated. Looking at the rates in the shaded area, we expect the case rate to significantly increase in the coming weeks as more data becomes available. Now, in this next slide, it shows the same comparison for COVID-19 hospitalizations by the date of hospital admission. A 14-day rolling average is used due to small numbers and the longer lag is necessary due to the slightly longer time needed to collect more complete data on hospitalizations. On the right of the slide, for the 2-week period, November 28th through December 11th, the hospitalization rate among residents not fully vaccinated was about 4 times higher than the rate among fully vaccinated residents. There was 1.2 hospitalizations per day per 100,000 among not fully vaccinated individuals compared to 0.27 hospitalizations per day per 100,000 for fully vaccinated individuals. Again, we expect the hospitalization rate to increase over the coming weeks. Now, in this next slide, it shows death rates by vaccination status and date of death. While the previous 2 slides showed the number of cases and hospitalizations per 100,000 people, these death rates are showing the number of deaths per 1 million people. For the same 2-week period described for hospitalizations, November 28th through December 11th, there were about 2 deaths per 1 million not fully vaccinated residents and less than 1 or 0.3 deaths per 1 million fully vaccinated residents. That ratio means that the death rate for not fully vaccinated residents was 8 times higher than fully vaccinated residents. Again, we expect this rate to increase in the coming weeks. Regarding testing, here we see a summary for the county-sponsored testing capacity. On the left is a map of all county and county partner testing sites. On the right is a breakdown of the type of sites. This month, there are a total of 23 county-sponsored testing sites with a total weekly capacity of over 47 tests in January. Actually, over 51,000 tests were administered the first week of January, exceeding this capacity. In December 2021, over 68,000 tests were administered at county-sponsored sites, and that was about 10% of the total 699,000 total tests performed in the county last month. In the last few weeks, the county has taken creative and aggressive actions to increase testing capacity. Starting last week, we have increased the number of available appointments by 8,000 per week. Over the month of December, we facilitated an increase in walk-up activity by 80%. Staff members are working with the contractor for additional testing sites and to expand the days of service. The governor has dispatched the National Guards to support the county's staff-operated testing sites. And additionally, we have requested and received staffing assistance for our vaccination sites, which allowed us to move staff to support testing sites. As a reminder, testing traffic can surge and sites can be very busy. In some cases, we have had a 1 to 3 hour wait time at some sites. For all available testing options, however, please visit the County of San Diego's COVID-19 website. Finally, we encourage everyone to be COVID safe. To protect yourselves and others, we recommend you take the following actions. Wear a well-fitting mask, especially when indoors and around others who are not household members. Limit indoor activities where possible, especially if vaccination status of others is unknown. If you have symptoms of COVID-19 or another respiratory infection, please stay home and follow current isolation guidelines that have been released until you are better. Don't go to an emergency department for COVID-19 testing. That is very important. To reduce the chance of getting infected or having severe outcomes, please get all recommended doses of the COVID-19 vaccine. A booster dose is now recommended to provide further protection. And finally, COVID-19 is not the only respiratory virus currently circulating in our community or throughout the country. It is important to also get the flu vaccine. You can get the flu vaccine through your provider or a local pharmacy, and it is available at no cost through our County of San Diego immunization clinics at our regional public health centers. Now, please welcome David Estrella to update you regarding our public health hotels.
Thank you, Dr. Wooten, and good morning. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the county established the Public Health Hotel Program. The isolation and quarantine component of this program was established to provide isolation and quarantine for individuals confirmed or suspected of having COVID-19. In late December of 2021, the county saw a significant increase in referrals to the public health isolation and quarantine program. On Monday, December 27th, the number of referrals received exceeded the number of rooms available. As the need increased for isolation and quarantine rooms, the county added capacity with a second hotel, which added 40 additional rooms on January 3rd, 2022. This includes the necessary personnel to provide the necessary services for the hotel program. Additionally, new guidance from the CDC and the California Department of Public Health has been released, allowing shortened isolation periods from 10 days to 5 days for persons who are asymptomatic and have a negative COVID-19 test on the 5th day of isolation. This change will allow rooms to become available sooner for those newly diagnosed individuals. The county will continue to seek additional room capacity as the need arises and continues to work closely with our city and shelter partners to support their efforts in providing safe isolation for those who have tested positive for COVID-19 in congregate shelters. In addition to the isolation and quarantine hotels, we continue operations of the high-risk hotels. The purpose of the high-risk component is to provide non-congregate shelter for persons experiencing homelessness who have underlying medical conditions associated with higher risk for severe illness from COVID-19. There are currently 117 households with a total of 137 people in the hotels utilized for high-risk guests. FEMA reimbursement is uncertain after March 31st, 2022. We continue efforts to wind down the high-risk hotel program, ensuring that all households are providing housing-related case management services to assist in identifying permanent housing or longer-term shelter. Nearly 70% of households have been linked to rental subsidies, primarily through the Housing Authority of the County of San Diego. These rental subsidies will be critical in ensuring long-term success in permanent housing. Additionally, we continue to work with our city partners, the Regional Task Force on Homelessness, and the other partners to identify housing or shelter resources for those who do not transition into permanent housing by March 31st of 2022. I will now turn it over to Amy Thompson. Thank you.
Thank you, David. The county's weekly spend rate for its COVID response still hovers around the $5 million mark that has crept back up over the last few weeks. The last number reported to your board on December 7th was $4.9 million, and the most recent weekly spend is estimated at $5.3 million for a $400,000 increase. The largest driver of the increase is in contracted testing, which went up by almost $300,000, aligning with the increased demand and increased number of cases. There are also increases in overall county staffing costs with a slightly greater number of hours allocated to the response during the most recent update. Additionally, as we continue to align public health hotel room capacity with need, we may see increases there as well, at least in the short term. The percentage of funding remains fairly consistent at approximately 50% for FEMA eligible activities, with the remaining 50% covered by ARPA funds. As of now, as David mentioned, FEMA is available for eligible expenditures through the end of March. While we have started to see some movement more recently in federal review of FEMA claims, the overall process from county preparation through Cal OES and federal review and approval of claims is still very lengthy. Given uncertainty around FEMA reimbursement timing, as well as response spending overall lasting longer than originally anticipated, the ARPA response contingency funds should be maintained to draw upon if needed. I will now pass the presentation back to Gary.
Thank you, Amy. In addition to receiving this update, we recommend your board take the following actions with respect to this item. Ratify all actions taken in response to the local health emergency and local emergency. Adopt a resolution entitled, Resolution Authorizing Continuance of Teleconference Public Meetings pursuant to the Government Code Section 54953. Take any other actions necessary to address the COVID-19 pandemic emergency response. Subject to your questions, this concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, staff, for presentation. Let me ask the clerk to call forward our public speakers in this item, and then we'll come back to the board.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 18 requests to speak on this item by phone. Also note for the record that we received 85 e-comments, 23 in favor, 59 in opposition, and 2 neutral. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 14 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. You will have 2 minutes to address the board, and we'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'll remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with our first caller.
Lana Cotton, doctor's advice.
You may proceed. Lana Cotton, you may proceed. We can't hear you on this end. Perhaps you muted your device. We can come back to you. Go to the next caller.
Mike Barolo. I'd like to point out a letter published in the Lancet Regional Health this last November by Professor Dr. Günther Kamp at the University of Medicine in Greifswald. This is in Germany. High COVID-19 vaccination rates were expected to reduce transmission of SARS-CoV-2 in populations by reducing the number of possible sources for disease transmission. Kamp, however, points out recent epidemiological data suggests the relevance of COVID-19 vaccinated individuals is increasing. The UK reported secondary attack rates among household contacts exposed to fully vaccinated index cases was similar to household contacts exposed to vaccinated index cases, 25% vaccinated versus 23% unvaccinated. 12 of 31 infections in fully vaccinated household contacts, 39% arose from fully vaccinated epidemiological linked index cases. Kamp emphasizes peak viral load did not differ by vaccination status or variant type. In Germany, the rate of symptomatic COVID-19 cases among the fully vaccinated was reported weekly between July and October of 2021, increasing from 16.9% to 58.9% for ages 60 and older. In the UK, between week 39 and 42, over 100,000 COVID-19 cases were reported among citizens of 60 years or older. 90% of those occurred among the fully vaccinated. 1 week before the COVID-19 case rate per 100,000 was higher among subgroup of the vaccinated compared to the subgroup of the unvaccinated in all age groups of 30 years or more. In Israel, a nosocomial outbreak was reported involving 16 healthcare workers, 23 exposed patients, and 2 family members. The source was fully vaccinated COVID-19 patients. The vaccination rate was 90%.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. We'll go back to Lana Cotton.
Lana Cotton, doctor's advice.
200 patients. Tons of people diagnosed with COVID. Some vaccinated.
Lana Cotton, if you could please mute your live video stream and then proceed with your comments.
Treatment for COVID.
Lana, you may proceed. We're going to come back to her. We'll hear from our next caller.
Kevin Stevenson, item 14.
You may proceed.
Oh, hi. Yes, so Kevin Stevenson. So I just want to start by saying I'm glad that these meetings are virtual because that way the anti-mask lunatics do not have the ability to spread COVID or threaten to commit violence. In any sane society, me supporting the supervisors who are trying to slow the spread of COVID-19 would not be at all controversial. Despite some people's efforts to smear me in right-wing media, intimidate me with text messages, and give out my personal phone number, I will not be deterred. And I would just like to say, regarding the 1,000, not 15,000 as that clown earlier said, 1,000 people who showed up to that rally, the death cult rally on Saturday outside the county administration building, go F yourselves. No, I'm serious, because Omicron is ripping through the county and people are getting sick left and right. I know people who got sick, who caught COVID, who were fully vaccinated, and had they not been vaccinated, they probably would have had to go to the hospital. Thankfully, they didn't. So to KQSI and their minions who have a problem with what I have to say, they can eat my ass. I'm glad to see that everyone is safe in different rooms. I'm glad this meeting's being held virtually, and I would just like to say that keep fighting COVID-19 effectively, and let's do all we can to slow the spread. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Consuelo. Hello?
You may proceed.
Can I speak?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Hi. First off, I'd like to say, excuse my English, todo que la Nora dice es puro mentira. Ella necesita cambiar su comida y dieta. No ponle cochinada arriba de la boca or dentro de la boca con los vacunas. Okay. Another thing I wanted to address to the people was, Vilma, based on our wastewater surveillance, what the actual F? Wake up, people of San Diego County and the planet. This shit is getting scary. And they are surveilling your shit and your dookie. What is going on? This is not normal. Humans of the planet, you need to wake the freak up. We need to come together. Understand that what they are doing is absolutely wrong. I had so much more to say, but I wish I was in there looking at your faces. But actually, no. I'm done. I'm done. Oh.
You killed it. Nice
Oh
job.
my God, that was so stupid. I hope they heard us screaming. Oh God, I didn't even. That was so good.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Audra. Oh, what a joke, Wilma. And Kevin, poor baby. Anyway, so yeah, you want to talk about 204% uptick in cases in the hospitals. You never really define what's not vaccinated, not fully vaccinated, or fully vaccinated. You want to say that the not fully vaxxed are the ones spreading cases when they've actually had a vaccine. You never say it's the unvaccinated. You say they're not fully vaccinated. So that's a problem, because you guys, the more you vaccinate people, the more problems arise. You act like it's the unvaccinated that are sitting here spreading stuff when it's the vaccinated, and you don't even want to address that. You don't want to address people that have actually died from the shots either, which is completely ridiculous. You had something last month saying, oh, we're going to bring up what's going on with the vaccines. Yeah, but you didn't say any deaths. And if you go to a vac site, you ask them if anybody has died, they tell you no. They don't even know about theirs. There's over 20,000 people that have died in the U.S. from these vaccines, and you don't give a damn. You want to sit and talk about, oh, we're so worried about it spreading. We need to get vaccinated because it's working. Yeah, it's working. It's killing people, and it's not protecting anyone from anything. Even Gary, I was just talking to you outside. You said that you're going to get another vaccine so that it will protect, so that the symptoms you don't have, it will help you with. That's like I should go get an abortion even though I'm not pregnant, just because. Does that make sense? No. But neither does anything else that you guys do. And Jim and Joel, I know you're going to want to continue to vote this through because $5.3 million a day? What? I mean, a week, whatever. Regardless, it's $5.3 million that you guys continue to just like take our money and spend it to kill everybody. If you really cared about people, you would look into what these vaccines are doing, not push them like you're peddling heroin. It's ridiculous. And these people that call in and act like, oh, I'm so...
Thank you.
Whatever.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Becky Hofstedt. Good leadership is not knowing everything there is to know or even always making the right decisions. Good leadership is a willingness to consider evidence that contradicts prior beliefs, the humility to admit you were wrong, and then pivot accordingly. You have trusted institutions which for good reason have lost public trust. And you've consistently ignored the growing number of studies demonstrating the more we vaccinate, the worse things get. Consider recent astonishing admissions from the CDC that 50% of COVID hospitalizations are with COVID, not from COVID. And 75% of COVID fatalities had 4 or more pre-existing medical conditions. This is no longer the pandemic we thought it was. We know so much more, including both vaxxed and unvaxxed can contract and transmit. I sat in chambers before the board when an emotional Tara Lawson-Remer scolded the unvaxxed for compromising the health of her daughter. And then lo and behold, albeit vaxxed, boosted, and matched, she contracts COVID herself and becomes a possible transmitter to her daughter. The incontrovertible inconsistencies of current policy versus current reality cannot be denied. Rather than protecting San Diegans, vaccine mandates have dramatically decreased protection. We now experience fire station brownouts, fewer police on the streets, and a shortage of experienced nurses. COVID-positive nurses are allowed on the job as long as they're vaccinated, but COVID-negative nurses are fired if they're not. Our police and fire rescue departments have had to suspend academy of operations because of COVID outbreaks amongst vaxxed recruits. The gig is up. Your positions are indefensible. You can step off this carousel with the simple words, we were wrong, acknowledging that mandates are not the way forward. Please
Thank you.
finish. I have one.
Now I'll hear from our next caller.
Barbie Diego. First off, Dr. Wooten, you have a conflict of interest with UCSC. Also, Dr. Wooten, your numbers are baloney. I am a healthcare professional working the front lines, and I will whistleblow all day long. You have given numbers to us only to report stats on the unvaccinated. We are not allowed to report adverse reactions to the VAERS website. The majority of the hospital are vaccinated and are critically sick. You want to stop the madness? Stop the vaccines. The vaccinated are shedding and transmitting their spike proteins, which are causing these different variants and sicknesses. Per your policy, doctor, patients are near on their deathbed with oxygen levels under 80%, which are admitted, and then given the poison of remdesivir and vancomycin, which shuts down major organs. They are then vented, and they are being set up for death. Under your orders, doctor, night shift employees are to take away call buttons, cell phones, room phones, taken off oxygen, lowered vent settings, and feed the confused and stroke patients so they will aspirate and die. You are nothing but a murderer, and the same with anybody who follows your commands. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, Mary D. here. Well, here we are. It was just 1 month ago when Chairman Fletcher publicly patted himself on the back for the Board of Supervisors being one of the few entities keeping their meetings open to in-person attendance. And while open meetings are indeed appreciated by the public, Fletcher's statement that day was akin to a child coming to his parent saying, "Look, Mom, I did my homework." Hello? That is the default expectation. Here's a participation trophy for you. The reason I'm calling today is because I'm confused as to how you can close meetings to the public on one hand while supporting bringing in thousands of people for various events in the county and state, such as the upcoming National Golf Tournament at Torrey Pines, several indoor events at the state fairgrounds, and California hosting week-long festivities for the Super Bowl in February. I learned long ago to pay far more attention to what people do than to what they actually say. Your actions allowing favored and coincidentally cha-ching cash cow endeavors to go forward while blocking public in-person access to our representative republic gives a true picture of where your priorities lie. Money, yes. Democracy, not so much. If we're safe at an antique show at the fairgrounds, safe at a gallery at Torrey Pines, and safe at the upcoming Super Bowl, we are equally safe at the San Diego County Board of Supervisors meetings. Please open the meetings back up to in-person attendance. Lastly, I'm quite befuddled by the state's topsy-turvy public policy carousel that pretends to always put our safety first, but now perplexingly is allowing actual COVID-positive employees to return to work in healthcare settings. Guess we're joining Alice down that rabbit hole. And in closing, I do want to say, Andrew, I just wanted to acknowledge the great job you do at every meeting. Thank you for your steadfast professionalism. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll hear from the next caller.
I have a presentation. This is Robert Wellstan.
Thank you, Mr. Wellstan. We'll pull up your presentation. It's showing right now on the first slide. Please proceed.
You say it's showing, but I don't see it on the live screen.
It might be a few seconds behind, but it is showing.
Okay, well, when I see it, I'll start speaking, okay? Can you start my timer at that point in time?
We'll begin your time at this moment. Go ahead.
Okay, so table number 2, summary of cases starting from November 23rd to December 22nd. We're seeing equal number of vaccinated, fully vaccinated, and not fully vaccinated number of cases. Last month, those cases were, are about equal. So the vaccine appears to be not as effective against Omicron variants. Viruses have mutated. Now it seems that the fully vaccinated are more and the not fully vaccinated are less than previously. Anecdotally, we hear that Omicron is less severe than Epsilon and Delta. Next slide. COVID Watch data shows that this should be slide number 3. The number of doses were 2 or 3 doses are shown in the yellow bars, where the blue bars are shown for people who have no doses of this vaccine, 1 dose, and 2 doses, but have not had a full 14 days since their dose administration. What we're seeing is that the fully vaccinated are going to the hospital and dying at a substantial rate for a protective vaccine, and it is not exponentially lower. The blue group includes vaccinated or almost fully vaccinated people. These defined groupings are not very meaningful. A consequence is vaccine injuries are lumped in with vaccinated and unknown status. In fact, everyone else except for the fully vaccinated are represented in this blue bar. These groups do not even recognize immunity from prior infection as a factor. Next slide. Here in the fine print, you actually see the reason for these definitions. There's, in addition to number of doses D, there's also a population P that is calculated lower rate for the fully vaccinated based on the definitions. Go read this fine print. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to move on to say the table.
Thank you.
The next slide, please.
Thank you. We'll now go to the next caller.
My name is Dr. Holly Yang. I am the immediate past president of the San Diego County Medical Society, which represents over 4,600 physicians and medical students. We appreciate your ongoing partnership in ensuring the health of our county and applaud your good work. I'm here today to urge you to strongly consider doing even more. We ask that you implement proof of vaccinations for indoor dining and other high-risk activities, as well as mass gatherings, like other communities across the United States have done. The almost 50,000 new infections reported last Friday to Sunday does not count all those people who have tested positive on rapid home tests or who cannot get a test and have symptoms. We all know that number is even higher. For those of you that say Omicron is milder, that may be true for people who are vaccinated and especially those who are boosted. Vaccines work. However, we still have people who cannot be vaccinated, particularly children under 5 years old. More kids are getting hospitalized with this surge. We also have people who have less ability to mount an immune response to vaccination, and we still have a large group of people who have chosen not to get vaccinated who are at higher risk for hospitalization and death. Our outpatient treatments are under extremely short supply. We need time to get these supplies up, so trying to slow down the rate of infections matters. Even if the percentage who get severe disease is lower, the sheer number of infections all at once makes what the healthcare system is experiencing incredibly difficult. This will get worse before it gets better, and it will impact our communities of color, those who are older, and those with disability more. Nationally, almost 20% of the healthcare workforce has quit prior to Omicron. Now, with our remaining staff, many of whom are going out sick, we are dealing with an unprecedented number of patients in our hospitals. It is not only COVID patients, but anyone needing care, from a car accident to cancer treatment, whose care is impacted. We will only know if we are through with this pandemic by hindsight. We can all hope this is the last big surge, but we cannot predict that. We need action now to keep our healthcare systems functioning well as we look to the uncertain future. We are grateful for the governor's indoor mask mandate. Please help us care for our community by limiting situations with higher risk of transmission to those who are vaccinated. We need your ongoing leadership in challenging times. Thank you for your consideration and for dealing with all of the things you've been dealing with throughout this. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our next caller.
Pam Tortorisi, Agenda 14. Shocking, back to virtual reality. Agenda 14 Equity Impact Statement ironically professes the county's commitment to transparency and open government and to remove traditional barriers that impact specific groups of people, including women and youth. As a woman and on behalf of the youth in my family, I declare your commitment to transparency and open government fails to do just this with return to your virtual reality. More science and data has been documented by reputable sources and is available for all to do their own, to quote the esteemed chair of the BOS, FN research to confirm the vaccines and masks are not dramatically effective as purported. Therefore, step back from this decision and reopen these meetings to the public. You owe the public this accessibility. Do you believe we the people are too stupid and dangerous to allow in-person public meetings? And finally, public health hotels. This is horrifying. Is this the foundation for the rest of the public? You reported on this as if you were reading a story to children. My question, who has the power to determine the quote-unquote guests for these hotels, and how do you round up the quote-unquote guests for this hotel? Shameful.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name's Karen Vogue, and I'm talking on item 14. I'd like to thank the previous callers for their wonderful presentations. I would like to admonish Mr. Stevenson for swearing during his comments, and I would hope that the whoever's in control of the phone calls would cut them off when they swear. I would like to point out that on the COVID watch, the data for deaths for children ages 0 to 9 are still 0, and the cases are 38,881 cases. So this disease is not a threat to our young people. There's still only 2 deaths for children ages 10 to 19, and that number of cases is 63,918. The cases are going up, but what is important is hospitalizations and death, and it doesn't appear at this time that those curves are following the number of cases. I would ask the county supervisors to vote to stop the emergency authorization and to continue to have the meetings in person. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, this is Allie Hartman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Great, thank you. Allie Hartman, Reopen San Diego. I want to remind the supervisors that many good nurses and doctors with natural immunity were recently fired through vaccine mandates. But now we hear that COVID-positive nurses are being called to go back if vaccinated, even though we know from the CDC that vaccinated people can spread the virus. So that's confusing, because why are COVID-positive nurses going back into a hospital setting with people that are already sick, and then they're going to get exposed to their healthcare worker that has COVID? So you're going to fire police and firefighters who have natural immunity and have served faithfully throughout this entire pandemic, but you're going to call COVID-positive vaccinated people that can still spread it back to work? It makes no sense. It further makes no sense when you look at the need for informed consent for any medication. So people need to have a choice. If they choose to take a medication or a treatment or a vaccine, informed consent implies that they can also refuse it, and that shouldn't be at the cost of their job. That is just completely unacceptable. In the United States, the Comirnaty vaccine is the only one that has been FDA approved. So if anybody's received a vaccine, if any county employee listening has gotten a vaccine, you did not receive a FDA-approved vaccine, I urge you to seek legal counsel on this. If you were coerced to get the vaccine and you work for the County of San Diego, I urge you to seek legal help and to talk to a lawyer who can advise you, because if you were coerced with the threat of losing your job unless you took a vaccine and you were told to get an FDA, and you thought you were getting an FDA-approved one, well, no one exists, and the County of San Diego does not tell that to the citizens of San Diego. This is absolutely unacceptable. People are dying. Kids are dying from these vaccines. It should be a choice. If parents and if people want to get the vaccine, that should be a choice.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Matt Baker here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, people can put all their numbers up all they want. The reality is we have a constitution in this country. And the First Amendment says we have the right to address you. You shut us down at every point. You try to stop people from whistling. You try to stop people from clapping. You shut down the time. And now you've banished people from the meetings. This is all an agenda. It's conveniently following along directly to your plan. Pretty soon you will want to cut our tongues out. It won't matter. The people are gathering. The people shook this building. We shook the building. The people were out in numbers. The people are gathering. The people are strong. You are up so late. You are up so late. You are tyrants. You are pathetic. You grasp at straws. You try to silence the people. You have not. We are growing. We are getting stronger. You are up so late.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Robert Cotton. Good morning, class. Today's lesson is about circles. Our medical experts talk in circles. When asked simple questions, you obfuscate and redirect. Our medical experts move goalposts in circles. 2 weeks to flatten the curve. 2 jabs and you don't need to wear a mask. You circle the wagons around Mr. Scientist Lord Fauci. He is one person in the middle of the circle, shouting orders, sending you directions. Now, truth has started surrounding your circled wagons. You're beginning to run low on ammunition with each new revelation of old emails, laboratory reports, withheld information, hospital reports. Some of your own words are starting to boomerang back at you. You are starting to run out of ammunition. Where do you want to be found when all this collapses? It's not too late to walk away from your circle. Good people will be praying for you. Over and out.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Amber Long. Good morning, Pirates. For those unaware, thousands were out here on the administration building, on the front lawn of the administration building this past weekend, out there marching around the building in opposition of all that has been going on. The restriction on and thievery of basic human rights. Thousands of people were out here standing for freedom, and it was beautiful. I speak before you today as a fellow freedom fighter, patriot, concerned mother of a very bright and amazing 7-year-old. I speak before you as a founder of North County San Diegans Against Mandates, and I must say, I will not allow you to take away bodily autonomy, medical sovereignty. I will not allow you to take it away from my son, my family, my neighbors, and my community, and I will not allow you to take it from myself. I will fight you every day, every step of the way. Every single pushback, big or small, is a victory. I won't stop fighting until we, the people, win. And I won't even stop there, because I will make sure everything you guys are doing and have done will never, ever be allowed to happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Now return to Lana Cotton.
Lana Cotton, doctor's advice.
Tons of people diagnosed with COVID. Some vaccinated, some are not vaccinated.
Lana, please proceed. Please mute your live video stream.
There's a prevention and a treatment for COVID. Vitamin D3, very important, 2,000 to 5,000 international units a day. Vitamin C, 1,000 milligrams a day. Zinc, 150 milligrams a day. Vitamin A, 10,000 international units a day. Quercetin is an enzyme. Get it. Ivermectin. If you're sick or high risk, you should be taking ivermectin. 18 milligrams a day, once a week for prevention. 24 milligrams a day for 5 days if you're sick, high risk, or have COVID. There is no reason for people to be sick and dying of COVID. Frontline doctors, tons of evidence. The doctor that treated President Trump, the president of, whoever the guy is from Israel, head leader of Israel, is telling you quercetin, vitamin D3, zinc, vitamin C, hydroxychloroquine, or ivermectin. I prefer ivermectin. Tell your friends, get on the supplements. There was 800 people given prophylactic ivermectin. 800 people in a randomized controlled study. And they were all healthcare workers. Not one single person, not one single healthcare worker got COVID. Not one. Of the group that didn't take ivermectin, 57% got COVID. COVID is serious. The variant is serious. But there's cure, there's treatment, there's prevention. Get on it.
Thank you. And that concludes public testimony in this item, Chair Fletcher.
All right, thank you. I'll make a motion to approve the recommendations in item 14. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Let me go to my colleagues for any comments or thoughts. Supervisor Wasson-Reamer, and then we'll go to Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. First of all, I just really want to thank county staff for all of your work, and thank Vice Chair Vargas and Supervisor Fletcher for your leadership as well on our COVID subcommittee. This Omicron wave is hitting hard, and it's definitely causing us to go back to pandemic operations so many of us thought were behind us. And on top of that, many people are out sick. which is causing huge logistical challenges across our entire economy, both within our county staff, but more broadly across our county region. So I just really want to first reiterate to everyone the importance of vaccinations. As most of you know, I have COVID. I'm currently isolating at home, and would be so much sicker if I had not been vaccinated. So just please, do your part and get vaccinated. We all know we need to increase our vaccination rates, particularly in Escondido, and I want to acknowledge HHSA's work in moving this forward and working with my office and District 5 office to host an upcoming wellness event in Escondido. So friends, neighbors in North County, please show up to that event if you have not yet had an opportunity to get your vaccination. I'd also like to just take a moment here to talk about testing. We are in the middle of a national testing shortage. It's a challenge up and down the state, across the country. I appreciate county staff working with my team to identify new opportunities to expand testing. And I personally had an encounter personally with this testing shortage last week that I know so many San Diegans have experienced. But it's just so impossible to keep our schools open if we cannot get people tested. This is fundamentally as much an education issue as it is a public health issue. We are at a phase in this pandemic where we are learning to live with this virus, which means we need to significantly ramp up our efforts around testing, not just now, but likely for some time going forward. And while this is a national problem, I'm working very hard and at your service to do everything we can to accelerate testing here in San Diego County. So just wanted to take a moment in light of the presentation to ask a couple questions of county staff. I'm wondering what else we can do here in San Diego County to improve the availability of PCR tests. Not speaking about the rapid tests, which we know are a production challenge globally and nationally, but really just focusing on the PCR tests. And I would like to better understand our plans to ramp up testing capacity in the near term. That's a question for our HSSA staff.
Thank you, Supervisor. Dr. Foster is coming to the microphone.
Good day. Thank you for asking. The County of San Diego has been ramping up testing over the last couple weeks. As Dr. Wooten pointed out, we've had a great increase in the number of walk-ups by almost 80% over a month. And if you compare that just to the last week, we've gone from doing 34,000 a week to 51,000. Those are just our sites. What we do know is that countywide over the last week, we received results for over 245,000 tests. 30% of those came from hospitals, and 53% came from commercial labs. 20% were from our labs, or I'm sorry, from our sites. One of the things that is important to note, our reporting systems only show us the labs reporting and not necessarily the locations. PCR testing is available at the federally qualified clinics, our community, other community clinics, pharmacies such as CVS and Walgreens and Rite Aid. We also recently heard that the Metropolitan Transit System has added a testing site right over here in Old Town that is supported by the state. Additionally, the need for testing, as you mentioned, is a state and national issue. Governor Newsom recently announced that he's proposing $1.2 billion investment for testing to expand the hours and capacity and distribute COVID antigen tests, as well as supporting staffing for testing. Over the last week, we also saw the deployment of National Guards to our state-operated sites to support testing, staffing to increase the number of appointments, as Dr. Wooten mentioned, to 8,000 a week. We're also seeing increased appointments with our Chula Vista City site, who have ramped up staffing to meet those needs. And I know we're talking about PCR, but I also want to mention right before Christmas, a couple of days before, we received a shipment of antigen tests, which we distributed to local libraries, including our county and city libraries, our our family resource centers, and then we also were giving them out at our testing sites for people who would opt for an antigen test. We are continuing to look at options for streamlining our processes to get people in and out quicker, which would help with capacity. Dr. Wooten mentioned we exceeded our goal capacity of 47,000, and that up to 51,000 in this last week. And that was even in light of staffing challenges that we've had related to COVID and bringing on new staff. Bringing on new staff, I'll address that quickly. We are continuing to have recruitments for both temporary staff, full-time staff, and we work with contractors to bring on staff continually. We are also working to bring in staffing through the state and have brought in 2 teams, which we've assigned to our testing sites so that we can mobilize, to our vaccine sites, we can mobilize staff from our test vaccines to now support testing. So that's helped augment that as well. The biggest barrier we do have to adding additional sites is staffing those sites. And again, a national issue with onboarding new staff, people looking for jobs, and people preferring to opt out of working in the field. Another barrier that we've had is locating appropriate locations to accommodate the volumes, traffic, making sure the facilities are appropriate to manage a large number of people. Our approach to testing sites has been to focus on being the safety net for the community. So looking at those lower income, high need, underserved areas of the county, and also those most impacted by the COVID infection since the beginning, and also those areas with lower vaccination rates. We're continuing to work with community leaders as well as with our Board of Supervisors and welcome your support in helping us reach more individuals in the community. Thank you.
Just real quick, Supervisor Western, we'll come back to you, but I just want to take a moment and I really want to thank Dr. Foster and the entire team. Vice Chair Vargas and I have an advantage because of the subcommittee and daily engaging in and seeing the incredible work that they're putting in really difficult situations to do everything humanly possible. And we know that they are, to doing everything that they possibly can. When you have a global shortage, there's no magic thing you do that can erase all of this. When you have a lot of the anxiety and people getting repeatedly tested day after day, there's a lot of complicating factors. But Dr. Foster, you and your team have moved heaven and earth and will continue to do so and continue to do so to do everything we can on vaccines and boosters and supporting treatments and testing and everything else that we throw at you all and expect you all to do. And we're grateful for it as a board. We appreciate the work that you're doing. I also want to note there has been a really significant uptick in testing just this weekend. We saw numbers reported out. We've been running 15, 20, 25,000 tests a day. We jumped to 73 and then almost 70 and almost 50. And so, there is an increase there. And that is only the PCR test we track. It doesn't take into account the others. So I just want to say on behalf of the entire board, thank you. We know folks are tired. We know it's been a long few years and you all never make excuses. You just keep plugging ahead and working and doing everything. So we're very grateful for that.
Thank you.
Yes, I want to reiterate what Chair Fletcher said. I am incredibly grateful for all of your work. I think we all are across San Diego County in trying to keep us safe, and appreciate the work we're doing to try to accelerate testing. I think when we look at our communities, we know we need to do more, and I'm here at your service to be as helpful as possible in ramping up testing regionally, so that we can make sure people can, stay in school and get back to work and, do the best that we can to protect our health. I just want to, again, thank you all for your work and mention that I think it would be very helpful at our next COVID update to have some greater information around our hospitalization challenges, particularly around critical care and children and diversion challenges at the next hearing. So I just want to conclude by thanking staff and the team and appreciate all of your work. Let's just hang in there. We've got I think a tough 8 more weeks, hopefully to get to the other side of this Omicron situation. And, I think we can make it.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Ostermeyer. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also want to reiterate the thanks to staff and everybody. I mean, there's been a ton of testing going on. And I actually got a test, I think, late December. And it was 2 hours, but in the car, and which is not that great for greenhouse gases. But it was 2 hours wait, and it was in the rain too. And the nurses kept coming out, and they were doing the testing, and they did a phenomenal job. And I know everybody there is doing a phenomenal job, even with all the criticisms that are out there, even criticisms from me or the board or whatever. But everybody's doing a great job, and we really, really appreciate it. I did ask at the last meeting for information about antibody testing. That I think there's a lot of people out there that would like to know if they have antibodies and if we could provide that test. I understand you've been overwhelmed with Omicron and the amount of testing and everything else going on. So if we could at the next meeting get antibody testing information, I'd much appreciate it. But one thing I kind of want to point out, especially with new news here lately, is about over a year ago, and I took a lot of grief for pointing out that San Diego County data item stated that over 96% of COVID-19 deaths had comorbidities. And then yesterday, the CDC director, Rochelle Walensky, she said that over 75% of the COVID deaths occurred with people that had at least 4 comorbidities. Now, that doesn't make the deaths any less tragic for the people or to the families at all. But it does, I think, provide us with a clear direction for the county moving forward. The goalposts got to stop moving. We need to get on with our lives and accept COVID. It's going to be part of our lives. And at this point in time, eradication does not really seem realistic. And so we need to protect the most vulnerable. And I think we need to focus on lifestyle and not just rely on the next vaccine to come along. The top 3 comorbidities of COVID deaths are hypertension, obesity, and diabetes. I know if I lost 15 pounds, I'd be healthier and I could get off my hypertension medication. So the hypertension, obesity, and diabetes, I mean, a lot of those some are genetic, but I think a lot of those come down to lifestyle. And we are the Live Well County. And I want to, we do a great job with Live Well, but I think we need to focus Live Well into our COVID efforts and addressing lifestyles as a population. Then we can effectively fight COVID and we can address even longer term health issues. So I'd like to ask, just as not part of a motion, but just staff direction if possible, I'd like to ask our CAO to consider adding testing at our vaccine stations when testing kind of settles down here. Testing and education for cholesterol, for diabetes, and for hypertension. And I know we're already doing this at a couple of different testing sites right now, but I really think if we can expand this and maybe, let people know that, a healthier lifestyle is also going to help you fight COVID. It's everything, all these updates and everything else we get is on vaccinations and all those types of things. How much of an effort are we really putting out towards stopping hypertension, diabetes, and cholesterol? So, if the last 2 years are any indication, we're going to continue to have different variants come along. Andrew Pollard, he's the head of the UK's Committee on Vaccination and Immunization. He said in a recent interview, we can't vaccinate the planet every 4 or 6 months. It's just not sustainable nor affordable. And this board is data-driven. Hallelujah. We have the numbers. The virus is predominantly deadly to those with multiple comorbidities. So let's use that data to protect those who need it and allow those who don't to move on with their lives. So I would like to ask, just as staff, if we can, at the next, at our testing sites, if we could do that testing and education for cholesterol, diabetes, and hypertension. Maybe not all at once, but it could be phased in. But I think the Live Well County, we should be stressing live well, even in COVID. Thank you.
All right, we've got a motion and a second, motion by myself, second by Vice Chair Vargas. Not seeing any additional requests for comment. Let me ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond.
No.
Vice Chair Vargas.
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes with Supervisor Desmond voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
We're going to go to our final agenda item today, agenda item 15, to consider and approve the budget equity assessment tool. This is in response to an action brought forward by Vice Chair Nora Vargas. Supervisor Vargas, if she has any introductory comments she'd like to make, it's a staff presentation on the work they've done. I'm also happy to go directly to them, and then we can come back to the board after their presentation, whatever your preference, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. I am excited to hear from our staff specifically on this item. This is an initiative that I introduced last year and was approved unanimously by our board. I'm very grateful that we are moving forward. I know there's some recommendations and some changes, but I'm really looking forward to the presentation and discussion. So thank you very much.
All right, let's turn it over to staff for their presentation. I know a lot of hard work has gone into this.
Yes, thank you, Chair Fletcher and members of the board. Today, our team is here to present on and request approval of the Budget Equity Assessment Tool. Andrew Strong, the Director of the Office of Equity and Racial Justice, will provide you with some background, discuss how the tool was created, and provides a summary of the tool. I'd also like to introduce you to Damian Quinn. Damian is the Acting Director of the Office of Financial Planning, and he will be presenting today how the tool will be implemented, as well as our timeline and next steps. And we're pulling the presentation up here for you. Thank you. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn things over to Andrew Strong to kick off the presentation.
Thank you, Ebony. On April 6th of 2021, Vice Chair of the Board, Supervisor Vargas, brought forward a board letter titled Framework to Establish Budget Equity Principles to Guide the Development of the San Diego County's Annual Budget. Through this letter, the Board of Supervisors directed the Chief Administrative Officer to establish a countywide budget equity assessment tool. This tool is a questionnaire that will be completed by each department annually as part of the budget process, with the main purpose of advancing equity in San Diego County and improving outcomes for all. The tool has four main components or strategies: applying an equity lens in all of our county departments, by critically thinking and analyzing policies, programs, practices, and budgets decisions from all departments to ensure they embed constant considerations of equity. Utilizing equity data by making sure we collect, analyze, and utilize disaggregated demographic data and data on lived experience in order to find gaps and patterns, consider all the intersections in which different communities are being impacted, and by enabling us to be able to make recommendations and implement equity mitigations. Strengthening community engagement by ensuring the dialogue and participation from community members, working in partnership with all communities and key stakeholders, and by giving particular attention and voice to those historically and currently suffering from inequalities and inequities. And lastly, by ensuring accountability, by making sure there are systems in place for full implementation and evaluation of the tool. Staff immediately began research and development based on the initial guidance from the Board of Supervisors. Staff then examined best practices from leading organizations such as Government Alliance on Race and Equity, also known as GARE, and other jurisdictions pioneering this work such as Santa Clara County, cities of San Antonio, Seattle, and Portland. Lastly, we listened and incorporated feedback from county staff and community members. After the preliminary tool was developed, staff presented the tool to stakeholders for review and feedback at 11 different meetings, including 2 stakeholder meetings with representatives from regional community-based organizations, 2 community forums that were open to the general public, and focus group sessions with each of our county's 4 business groups. During these meetings, staff provided an overview of the draft tool, the county's current year operational plan, and also reviewed the draft questionnaire with participants. During the staff focus groups, participants had an opportunity to work through providing responses to the questionnaire, and the initial draft of the tool received a large amount of feedback, primarily including direct edits to the drafted questions, greater questions and comments about budget equity, and questions and comments regarding the implementation process of the tool. Here are a few highlights of what we heard from the community. Ultimate outcomes and impacts of the county's budgetary decisions, transparency in the budget, and equitable funding are most important when thinking about budget equity. We need to ensure departments complete the tool using data analysis, evidence, and community engagement. And the questions in the tool should be explicit and realistic as we consider the implementation process. Through a rigorous and iterative process, the tool has been refined, and we've gone from 9 questions to 6 questions. As the county continues to learn from our best practices and its own experiences, future iterations of the tool may have additional improvements. For the current operational plan, all community and stakeholder input have been received and are reflected in the revised tool. The Budget Equity Assessment Tool is used to operationalize and embed a process into the countywide budget as departments allocate resources to meet the diverse needs of the people we serve. The tool seeks to ensure that funding allocations are spent in an equitable manner and evaluated through an equity lens. As we make budget requests and adjustments, the Budget Equity Tool can help guide county employees toward creating equitable outcomes, building inclusive opportunities, and addressing built infrastructure needs to meet the demands of our county. Each budget request and adjustment provide an opportunity to create equitable results to avoid a disruption of service and or increase access to services for Black, Indigenous, and people of color, communities, and other individuals currently and historically marginalized by systems. Equity considerations in budgeting inform how we allocate resources to eliminate the underlying drivers that cause inequalities and inequities in our county. In developing new budget requests, we will assess how budget decisions positively or negatively affect these communities and individuals. The 6 questions are focused on advancing equity and impacts to communities historically and currently suffering from inequalities and inequities. They are designed to ensure deep and intentional community engagement while ensuring departments have the resources to do so. They are designed to ensure the use of disaggregated demographic data and data on lived experiences. And additionally, departments will need to provide evidence and data to support their responses to these questions. We're currently providing the necessary resources and training for this through a targeted universalism training and equity data analysis training in partnership with the Othering and Belonging Institute at UC Berkeley. And next, I'd like to briefly review the 6 questions in the tool. Question 1 focuses on identifying amounts and percentages of department budget requests that are designed to address equity issues of those most impacted communities. Question 2 is designed to identify if there is anything in the specific budget request that benefits or positively impacts communities suffering from inequalities and inequities. Question 3 asks departments to look for potential negative unintended consequences while ensuring departments develop mitigation strategies for those unintended consequences. Question 4 assesses the qualitative and quantitative nature of internal and external community and stakeholder engagement, and gets departments to act on what the feedback tells them. Question 5 gets departments to look at resources needed to ensure adequate access for language and accessibility needs. This would also be an opportunity for departments to initiate requests if resources are needed. And lastly, question 6 focuses on the use of disaggregated demographic data and data on lived experience used to prioritize and develop criteria for resource distribution. This question will also allow departments to further assess the need for additional resources and/or training on how to collect, analyze, and use data to make decisions. And now I'd like to turn it over to Damian Quinn, the Acting Director of the Office of Financial Planning, to discuss our implementation plan.
Thanks, Andrew. Including equity in the budget process is an important tool. Under the board's direction and leadership, we are committed to incorporating and moving this effort forward. The Office of Financial Planning, OFP, and the Office of Equity and Racial Justice, OERJ, will provide training to departments and staff for successful implementation at each step along the way. In this first year, our upcoming budget cycle, departments will work with Andrew's team to review for clarity and completeness using the Budget Equity Assessment Tool questionnaire, followed on by my team to ensure these new budget requests are included as part of the budget process. In future years, OFP and OERJ will collaborate to continue the implementation of the tool and how to continue applying an equity lens to the county budget process. Let's dive just a little bit deeper into the work we have done to begin implementation and our next steps. Many of the county's fiscal staff have become familiar with the concept of budget equity as we started the conversation last summer. Starting these conversations early allowed us to begin an enterprise approach to thinking about department funding requests with an equity lens. This was done at a high level in parallel while the budget equity assessment tool was being refined. In addition, staff was given the opportunity to learn more about the budget equity questionnaire this past October through participation in focus groups organized as a collaborative effort between OERJ, the Department of Human Resources, and OFP. We are currently working on implementing updates to the annual budget cycle instructions for departments. This year's instructions will be available in early, as usual, and will include details for completing the budget equity assessment questionnaire for new budget requests. Questionnaires will be due in early March for new CAO recommended budget requests and in May for change letter budget requests. We will be adding a section in the introductory section of the county's operational plan that outlines what the BEAT is and also describe the process we just discussed. Additionally, we will be including a section in the operational plan for each of the county's business groups to outline equity impacts that they have determined from the use of the BEAT, as well to show how they are advancing equity. Moving forward, OERJ and OFP will continue to work together to evaluate the impacts of the tool, as well as OERJ will take the lead on incrementally developing equity strategic plan and report out in future years. With that, I'll pass the presentation back to Ebony to wrap things up.
Thank you so much, Damian and Andrew. Today, county staff is recommending your board approve the budget equity assessment tool and direct the CAO to incorporate the budget equity tool into the budget development process in the future and make amendments as necessary to ensure better equity outcomes in the county's budget development process. Subject to your questions, this concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Andrew, I want to thank you. Ebony, I want to thank the entire team on the work that's been done here. Let me see if we have any public speakers first, and then we'll come back to the board.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 5 requests to speak on this item by phone. We did not receive any e-comments on this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 15, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. We'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'll remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. Begin with our first caller.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Armando, and I wanted to thank the leadership of the county and especially that of Supervisor Vargas, who has been a steadfast voice and advocate for the South Bay community. This equitability measure addresses the concerns of at-risk communities who have historically been neglected by conservative leadership in the county. with very few exceptions. In addition, I am concerned about the epidemic of misinformation that appears to be present in the comments that we have heard earlier. Los comentarios groseros sobre una mujer trabajadora son repugnantes. These individuals are obviously disturbed or are simply bigoted and need help or need to be addressed. The victim complex does a disservice to the actual victims of the pandemic, nearly 839,000 individuals who have passed away. Again, I thank you all for your leadership, and I really support this measure. Gracias por todo.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our next caller.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and I'm very supportive of this assessment tool. You know, one of the main things that I think is hard for a lot of the members of the Black community in San Diego is that they're disproportionately, in the homeless community, there's so many more people that are Black that don't get housing. And you always have that great opportunity to actually do the Project Room Key hotel rooms. I know it's supposed to close on April 1st, but if you could keep them going, you could actually house a lot of the Black homeless people. It would be good if you could house them first when you finally actually opened up your shelters that supposedly is coming online soon. But if you could actually direct your homeless funding towards equity, so that people won't have a safe place to be. You know, you're just losing on this great opportunity for the Project Room Key hotel rooms, and please do something about it. If you did that, then again, FEMA at the end of it will allow people to buy trailers directly from the federal government, and you could actually get housing for a whole bunch of people. You could actually allow them to build their own equity. So great, this assessment tool, and just please use it for homeless. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll hear from our next caller.
Audra again. You guys are funny. It's hilarious. I know you guys love spending money. Actually, Jim, I'm really impressed with your vote. No? But was that a game? Is this all planned so it looks like you're really on the people's side? I hope you're really doing the right thing, your decision. Anyway, yeah, so how much money do you guys get to kill people? All of our own money that you're taking and spending it to kill people. It's great. And then you're like, we're doing it for safety. And we're trying to, have equity and equality, all while everything we do goes against that. It's so wonderful. But I just wanted to say, because I remember last time, Nathan, I asked you a question about what was on your computer. You didn't answer that. And then you didn't answer how old they were either. So I'm just wondering if at some point you might want to address that. Have a good one.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment on this item, Chair Fletcher.
Thank you. Let's go to Vice Chair Vargas. All right, we'll give Vice Chair Vargas a minute here. Any other comments or questions from other members of the board? Oh, there you are. All right, Vice Chair Vargas.
All right, Chair, thank you very much. I just want to first and foremost thank Andrew and the team for all of the work that they did on this tool particularly. And I also want to say thank you to all the community members who have been working with myself and my staff to really make sure that we are looking at how we make sure that our communities of color and low-income communities who have mostly been impacted not only through the pandemic, but also who really want to make sure that there's equity across the line. And so I really appreciate everything that they've done, listening to folks. And so as we're heading towards economic recovery, placing equity at the forefront will be key to ensuring that everyone, especially those most impacted, are able to thrive. And that is the whole purpose of this tool. It's going to help us and our county departments really, these crafted questions are really important. And, nothing is perfect. This is the beginning of the conversations that we're supposed to be having as we're trying to transition to make this county equitable for all. And so I'm really grateful and appreciative that we're going to be able to implement this budget equity tool, and that it's going to be very intentional about embedding equity as a strategy in our budget versus an equality approach. Again, thank you to everyone. And, you know, I think the really powerful piece of this work is that we really had survey questions, comments that we received, including information that we got at the Transparency Committee as well. And so this is going to be the first year that this tool is going to be implemented. We're going to take a lot of notes as we're putting this together, and then continue to refine it and make it better so that everyone has participating in this. So again, thank you, and I make a motion to support the recommendations and from the staff.
Wonderful. I'm happy to second that motion. Let's go to Supervisor Anderson, and then we'll go to Supervisor Lawson-Remer. Hey, Supervisor Anderson, you got the mute on right there.
You know what? I had a great dry run. Now I'm going to give you the real good stuff. I want to thank staff for all the hard work on this. I'm happy to second the motion. This is going to give additional great opportunities to my district, and we welcome those. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Anderson. Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Yeah, I just want to echo those sentiments. Also thank my colleague, Vice Chair Vargas, for all your work driving this forward. And just think this is great. I mean, there's nothing more important than kind of integrating our values into the day-to-day operations of how our budget is allocated. And so I think this is going to be really new and innovative, you know, bringing data and analysis to advance the values that we all share. And I'm actually really looking forward to the iteration and the learning, because I think we're going to learn a lot in the next couple of years by applying this tool. So thank you.
All right. Thank you. We've got a motion by Vice Chair Vargas, seconded by myself. A lot of good work here, a lot of good stuff. We'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond.
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas.
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Before we go to adjournments in memory, I want to open it up to board members who have any board committee reports, any updates on any activities with other bodies or groups that you participate in as a function of being a supervisor. I see a couple hands up. I'll go to Vice Chair Vargas, and then we'll go to Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Thank you, Chair. I am just very, very happy, and you were part of this selection process as well, to announce that we have a new chair, a new executive director at the Air Pollution Control District as of January 1st, 2022. After 6 months of recruitment and about 40 applicants, we were able to recommend Ms. Paula Forbes, and she accepted the position as Air Pollution Control Officer. She has been previously the counsel for APCD, has done a lot of work around environmental justice across the portside communities and throughout the agency. So I want to just thank my colleagues at the APCD board for all the work that they've done, and the governance committee. And I'm so excited about her new role and the work that we're going to be doing as we're moving forward to protect our community. So thank you, Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you, Vice Chair.
And my hand is up from before.
Oh, no worries. Okay. Okay. Not seeing any other updates, we will proceed with our adjournment memories today. I will have the first adjournment in honor of Dustano Gomez. On Christmas Day, Dustano passed away peacefully at 99 years of age. Was surrounded by his friends and family in the community where he had given so much, the community of Sherman Heights. Mr. Gomez moved to the United States from Mexico in 1945 as a part of the Bracero program. At a time when the country needed hard workers for the post-war boom, he answered the call. He did a variety of extremely taxing jobs in agriculture, being a laborer, a cook for the railroad industry in Alaska. He drove a big rig, and finally becoming a unionized construction worker here in San Diego. One of his proudest jobs was helping to build our amazing San Diego Convention Center. Mr. Gomez lived in Sherman Heights for almost 5 decades, where he was not only a proud homeowner, but an important community leader and very involved in Sherman Heights. He worked hard to improve conditions for his neighborhood, from demanding regular street cleaning to improving the quality of education at Sherman Elementary, and so much more. He did much of this work on the executive committee of the San Diego Organizing Project, SDOP, where he was a member, an active member, for many years. He also helped establish the Sherman Action Committee, which is closely aligned with SDOP. The county in San Diego is a better place because of Dustano Gomez, a man who gave his best, worked incredibly hard, and left his community a better place than he found it. We send our deepest condolences to his entire family, his 2 children, 7 grandchildren, and 7 great-grandchildren. Today we adjourn in his honor and appreciate and value all that he meant for our community. Our next 2 adjournments will come from Supervisor Desmond, the first honoring Lance Corporal Alberto Lucio, and the second honoring the victims of a recent airplane crash. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. The first adjournment in memory is of Lance Corporal Alberto Lucio. Lance Corporal Alberto Lucio was a 20-year-old military policeman. He was attached to the USMC Security and Emergency Services Battalion at Camp Pendleton. He was tragically killed on Monday, December 6, 2021, as he attempted to assist a distressed motorist whose SUV had lost control with its lights not working in the southbound lanes of the I-5 near Las Plugas Road. Lance Corporal Lucio was struck and killed by a box van that while he was helping the stranded motorists to safety. He's a native of Smithville, Tennessee, performed a noble and selfless act by aiding a car crash victims, and in doing so gave his life in the service to others. Lance Corporal Lucio is a graduate of DeKalb County High School, and his military awards include a National Defense Service Medal and a Global War on Terrorism Medal. We honor Lance Corporal Lucio for his service to his country, and will remember him as a brave young hero. Our deepest condolences go out to his family and to his loved ones. I have a second adjournment in the memory of Tina Ward and the crew of the aircraft that crashed, had a devastating crash on December 27th that took the lives of 4 first responders who worked with the Aero Medevac Air Ambulance in El Cajon. Pilots Douglas Grande and Julian Bugay and nurses Lori Getz and Tina Ward tragically lost their lives. Lori Getz, she served as the president of the local 162 and the International Association of EMTs and Paramedics, and she's been praised for her devoted service. Tina Ward was an exemplary wife, mother, and a nurse. She gave so much of her light and love to others through her service as 30-plus years as a paramedic and a critical care nurse. She's married to Oceanside Deputy Fire Chief Joe Ward, who recently retired and is the mother of 3 beautiful daughters. Tina was also known as Mama T, as she touched the hearts of everyone she met through her acts of love, compassion, and kindness. Her daughters and loving husband would like to memorialize her legacy with an unparalleled selfishness and mentorship through the Tina Ward Memorial Scholarship Fund. The scholarship will be dedicated to the next generation of first responders to ensure her legacy will shine on for years to come within the emergency medical services community. So today, we adjourn in memory the flight crew of November 88 Oscar Zulu, pilots Douglas Grande, Julian Bugay, nurses Lori Getz, and Tina Ward. With our hearts and prayers go out to their families, and we will always remember their devoted service to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Our final adjournment for the day will be from Vice Chair Vargas, honoring and recognizing the incredible life of Eduardo Vargas Ojeda. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. All right. So today I am adjourning in memory of Licenciado Eduardo Federico Vargas Ojeda, also known as the best dad in the universe. And I'm a little biased because he is my dad. My dad was born August 1944. He was the youngest male of 7 children in Tijuana, Baja California, Mexico. He was born to Casimiro and Carmen Vargas. To his family, he was their príncipe. To his friends, he was Lico. To my sisters and my brother, he was nuestro papá. And to my mom, he was her honey. No doubt the world is a better place because he was born at a very young age. My dad understood the power of access to education. His first love was for reading. He would tell me stories about how, as a young man, he would spend hours in libraries learning about the beautiful world that was out there. He would tell me that there wasn't anything you couldn't not find in a book, and that if you had a book, you would always have a friend that would introduce you to new horizons. He was the first one in his family to attend a university. He earned his economic degree with honors from the National Autonomous University of Mexico in 1966. He was a former appointed public official serving in the municipal, state, and federal levels in Mexican government. However, he was the happiest when he was in front of his students teaching. He was one of the founders and former dean of the School of Economics at the Autonomous University of Baja California in Tijuana. And he leaves a legacy with the thousands and thousands of students he inspired as a professor of over 39 years. He married the love of his life, my mom, Elizabeth Melendez, on December 27, 1969. He actually told her he was going to marry her the first day he met her, and she thought he was crazy. But their love was like no other. They loved to host friends and family, dance and travel. They were married for 40 years until my mom passed. They had 4 children, but undoubtedly his favorite title was Tata to his granddaughters Fatima and Farah. He was a jazz, opera, and classical music enthusiast, but his true love for Motown was really what would get him off his seat. Everything I am today is because of this incredible human. My dad epitomized the American dream and embodied the true essence of hard work, sacrifice, and unconditional love. He instilled in me a passion for education and the obligation to give back. He believed politics to be a noble vocation, and if given the privilege to serve, you must dedicate your life to fighting for a just and fair society. Our beloved dad died peacefully on January 6, 2022 at Sharp Memorial Hospital in San Diego, surrounded by my siblings, Erika, Frida, and Eduardo. We had the privilege to be by his side, and we got to tell him one more time how much we loved him and how lucky we are that he was our father. Thank you to the incredible doctors, nurses, and staff at Sharp Memorial for their compassion and care, not only for my father, but for our entire family, as well as to all of the Sharp Chula Vista doctors, Dr. Martinez and Dr. Bedoya, for their care for over 3 years when he was really sick. They are our true heroes, especially during this pandemic. I am at peace knowing that I told him how proud I am to be his daughter and that he will finally be reunited with my angel mama in heaven. On behalf of the Vargas Melendez family, we truly appreciate the messages of support and strength. It is my honor to adjourn this meeting in his honor and to dedicate my continued fight for equity to continue his legacy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We send our deepest condolences. Although your dad may be gone, his spirit and his values, they live on, and each and every one of us that have the honor to serve with you and aside, you get to see that every single day. And so the legacy that he has brought in this world continues, and that will continue to impact the 3.4 million people in San Diego County because of the work you do, inspired by your father. And so although he won't be with us here, his spirit will remain because it's inside you, and we see it every single day. And so we wish you and your family all of the very best during this incredible period of hardship, and are here for anything that you may need. Supervisor Desmond?
I just want to say to Nora, very sorry for your loss, but I'm sure your father is very proud of you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Why don't we observe a moment of silence as a board as we prepare to adjourn today's meeting. Thank you all. We have a few remaining non-agendized speakers. I'll ask the clerk to call them forward at this time.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 10 remaining requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda. For those that requested to speak, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with our first caller.
Good morning. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I'm a mother of 3 adult sons for whom COVID has been a devastating experience. Equally disheartening for parents is that some of the supervisors here appear to push marijuana businesses on us, whether we want them or not, when parents are most defenseless. And pot advertising and promotions are part of the big marijuana business package. For those parents grappling with their children's marijuana use, I highly recommend the Speaker Series provided by the International Academy on the Science and Impact of Cannabis. Speakers can assist parents by providing reliable information on marijuana to their young adults, countering the big marijuana storyline just meant to encourage marijuana use and sales. Last week, I listened to the presentation from Bertha Madras, professor of psychobiology, Harvard Medical School, who also directs the Laboratory of Addiction Neurobiology at McLean Hospital, a Harvard Medical School hospital affiliate. The author of Opioids and Overdoses, she's an expert witness in federal marijuana cases. She describes the 100,000 drug overdose deaths April of 2020 to April of 2021 as a result of the infamy of profiteers, the porosity of borders, the ineffective law enforcement, failure to provide treatment, and weak politicians who waited too long to act and ignored the authentic voices of parents and youth workers who saw the opioid epidemic unfolding. She feels that this scenario is happening again with high concentrates of marijuana leading the way. As a parent, I ask the Board of Supervisors not to be too late again. Parents are not earning money by selling the big marijuana myths like marijuana businesses, and want you to know that this is not the time to enable more marijuana in the county. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our next caller.
Amber Long. Any longer-term safety assessment will be conducted through continued follow-up of the clinical trial participants, as well as through specific studies in general pharmacovigilance of those being vaccinated in the rollout. The Pfizer/BioNTech vaccine phase 3 trial involved more than 40,000 people. It began on July 2019 and will continue to collect efficacy and safety data for another 2 years. Oh, tyrants, I just want to finish this off with the vaccine trial does not end for another year. If anyone I know got hurt because they bought your propaganda and got the clot shot, I'm holding all of you responsible. You are messing with people's lives, their loved ones, and their livelihoods. You will all be held responsible. Vargas, you're responsible. Anderson, you're responsible. Lawson Reamer, you're responsible. Fletcher, responsible. Desmond, you too. You're all responsible.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Excuse me. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Ann Riddle here. I had wanted to share with you, as a parent advocate, some information that's come from the parent community over the last week, but I thought I would pivot after I listened to the reselection of Chair Fletcher to a second year I had a similar experience to him where I had worked really, really hard in a chair position, and I wanted very much to bring to conclusion a second year of our work on inclusion, diversity, and equal representation of parents in our work. However, I stepped down because I felt that my actions needed to match my words and that I needed to let others have this leadership opportunity and bring their point of view forward. At a minimum, it would have been wise to select a chair who was perhaps a woman, perhaps a Latina, or someone who represents unincorporated land, which is the very definition of the middle class that you mentioned earlier today as a population of concern. It seems unfortunate to have a white male who lives in the city of San Diego for a second year. This seems like a missed opportunity to exercise leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from our next caller.
Hello, this is Kelly McCormick. I'm a public health educator with a focus on youth alcohol, tobacco, and drug prevention. I would like to share an important new position paper from the American Psychiatric Association, saying in part, quote, given the lack of scientific support for safe cannabis use and the known adverse impacts and risk for addiction, the American Psychiatric Association opposes the use of cannabis by children, adolescents, and young adults up to age 25. This comes at a time when teen depression, self-harm, and suicide are soaring. Those are the very same known adverse impacts of marijuana use. Data from the Center for Community Research show that an average of 29 people a day visit hospital emergency departments in San Diego County with a marijuana-related diagnosis. And the county is increasing spending on mental health services by millions of dollars. If we truly care about making a difference in people's lives and preventing mental health crises, we should focus on preventing marijuana use, not encouraging its use and subsidizing the industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, yes, this is Shane. I've been putting Caltrans customer service requests in since 2018. Why are they immediately closing them now when the work hasn't even been done? 90% of my requests are because the freeway has been in that condition for 6+ months. 2 weeks ago, I saw Caltrans clipping trees on northbound 5 near La Jolla Village Drive. There were 5 Caltrans trucks, 3 industrial-sized trucks, and 1 highway patrol officer. Most East Coast states have 1 person by himself or herself mowing the grass in the median, clipping, etc. When you all allow Caltrans to have their employees sitting around a job, as I saw with the median trimming on 5 that day, no wonder they leave the debris-filled freeways for months on end. The good news? I finally figured out how to get the work done in a timely manner. I emailed a video of 15 South that had been full of trash for 6 to 9 months and included multiple media outlets' emails. Guess what? 15 was cleaned the next day. Imagine that. Also, why do we have to choose in favor or in opposition for a non-agenda public communication when we sign up on your website to speak? There should be a not applicable choice. That would make sense. Also, there was no live stream of the video of the meeting on Vimeo this morning or all morning. Finally, on October 1, Mr. Fletcher, you posted a video about how health misinformation is a public health crisis. How will you combat the misinformation that even a Supreme Court justice stated publicly this week? If you mean what you say, you'll probably come out against what she said the other day. And finally, earlier, the idea for antibody testing that I heard from one of the supervisors is a great idea. Love it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our final caller.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors.
My name is Becky Rapp. I'm a parent and a resident who is deeply concerned with public health and safety in our county. 2 weeks ago, in the Union Tribune, 3 separate articles described how DUI fatalities are on the rise. Deaths from crashes involving impaired driving have surged this past year. DUI crashes in San Diego County have killed 37 people in 2021, the largest number of deaths in at least 2 decades. Law enforcement officials have stated when it comes to consuming drugs and or alcohol in driving, there is a right and wrong choice. The wrong choice would be to visit a consumption lounge and then get in your car and drive home. Unfortunately, the marijuana ordinance you plan to implement has no protections against this type of behavior and undoubtedly will increase the number of DUIs in our communities, putting innocent people at risk. We must not forget that marijuana is still a drug, and driving under the influence is still considered drug driving. Our DUI numbers don't lie, and as marijuana becomes more accessible and the messaging sent is not deterring our young people from using and then driving. A tragic accident occurred in my community when a teen, high on marijuana, struck a car, killing a father and son. I would strongly encourage you to provide all the appropriate tools needed to help educate young people on the devastating consequences of drug driving. Thank you.
Thank you, and Chair Fletcher, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication today.
All right, that concludes the business before the board today. It is 1:10 p.m. We will take a 20-minute break as a board, and then we will reconvene in closed session at 1:30. I want to thank everyone for being here today. We'll start closed session at 1:30, and we will see everyone else back here tomorrow. With that, we stand adjourned.
The board will now recess into closed session to consider those matters listed under item 16 on today's agenda. If there are any reportable actions, they will be reported out at the conclusion of closed session. The board will reconvene tomorrow for the planning and land use session of this meeting, Wednesday, January 12, 2022.